Good morning. Good morning. All right. How's everybody doing? Live from Buffalo, New York, home of the Buffalo Bills, home of the beautiful Niagara Falls on your Sunday morning. Welcome, everybody. How's everybody's weekend? How's everybody's productive weekend? Welcome to Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community on your Sunday edition. We have a lot to talk about, folks. We definitely have a lot to talk about and cover on your Sunday morning edition. Thank you for everybody tuning in. Wherever you are across the world, thank you for tuning in on your Sunday morning. Welcome to Worldwide Sport Updates. Again, your podcast, your news, your local community, your host to make all this happen on your Sunday morning edition. And we're coming from Buffalo Bills training camp, even though they're on the road today. So they'll be playing against the New York Jets. We'll get to them in a couple minutes because we have a lot to talk about the Buffalo Bills and how they've been playing football these past couple weeks. The question on everybody's mind is, what's wrong with the Buffalo Bills? And we're gonna get to that in a couple minutes here. But ladies and gentlemen, again, welcome. We have a lot to talk about. Yes, we do. But first and foremost, let's recap the start of Week 10 of the Baltimore Ravens versus the Miami Dolphins game, huh? How about that game under the lights? Nobody expected Miami Dolphins to win that game. Nobody did. Nobody. I mean, it was a shocker for the Miami Dolphins to win that football game on Thursday. And I had Baltimore to win that game. Yeah. So let's see how all transpired, ladies and gentlemen. Again, this is the start of Week 10. So the Miami Dolphins, they hosted Baltimore Ravens on Thursday to kick it off, Week 10. And whenever these two teams, ladies and gentlemen, that have met over the past several years, it has been ugly for Miami. And what I mean by ugly and by Miami in their perspective is they've lost the last three games by 32, 40, and 49 points combined. All those 3 points, if no ifs, ands, or buts about it, how the Miami Dolphins and the Baltimore Ravens, when these two teams have met in the past several years, it's been blowout games. It was not ugly on Thursday night, however, though. Miami's defense came out and dominated, and it was all about that Miami defense throughout the night. The decision by Brian Flores, though, replacing Jacoby Brissett, who did start the game, for Tua Tagovailoa after Jacoby Brissett went out with an injury, an apparent injury. Tua Tagovailoa came back into the football game, and then despite the injured finger, he was perfect. Miami comes out of this game on a 3-7 regular season start, and may I mind you, folks, don't let that record 3-7 fool you. Okay, don't let it fool you. Surprisingly, with striking distance, they're still in the playoff position. Yes, they are still in the playoff position, folks. So after a miserable start to the season, 2 straight wins could have Miami looking at least to make some noise, if not a run. The final score was 22-10, Miami Dolphins. Ladies and gentlemen, again, welcome to Worldwide Sport Updates on your Sunday edition, November 14th, 2021. So, ladies and gentlemen, what I mean by this is, again, I know a lot of people that are tuning in and listening in are saying, are you delusional right now? I mean, I know it's 8 o'clock in the morning, but are you talking crazy right now? Or what did somebody put in your coffee to say, oh, the Miami Dolphins are in totally position of a 3-7, to make the playoffs this year? Folks, it could happen. It could happen. All right. Don't let, again, like I said, don't let a 3-7 record fool you, folks, because the window of opportunity, and it's any given Sunday, and anything can happen in the NFL where many surprises could come right in front of us, and you'll be surprised, folks, that a 3-7 team could make noise. They can go undefeated the whole stretch of the way and make a playoff run. So the Miami Dolphins, don't take them lightly, folks. Yeah, they have 2 straight wins under their belt, and I'm not talking crazy or delusional. And my coffee's perfect this morning. All right, nobody put anything in it for me to talk this crazy at 8 o'clock in the morning. But folks, it's not out of the neck of the woods here that Miami Dolphins legitimately have a shot to make a postseason run. Not to mention, the Bengals have a shot to make a postseason run. So, I mean, we're going to get a little bit later to this. I mean, my question is going to be to everybody out there is, which team do you have? I mean, do you feel that has a legitimate shot to make a playoff run with a losing record this upcoming season? We're gonna get to that. I should have made it a poll question. But we should get a lot of people's thoughts on that. What do people feel like? Who do you see on the outside within of course? Who do you see that has a legitimate shot to possibly make a playoff run with a losing record? So Miami's not out of the woods yet, folks. Not by a long shot. All right. More NFL news to go over, folks. This is from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers organization. They have signed 2 veterans to their practice squad. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers today have signed, the Buccaneers have signed tight end Darren Fells this past week and wide receiver Brashad Perriman, folks. This past week, the Buccaneers have signed Darren Fells and Brashad Perriman this past week. That's coming in from the Buccaneers organization. And they have been signed onto the practice squad. Fells, who is 6'7", 270, appeared in 7 games for the Detroit Lions this season, making 5 starts and recorded 4 interceptions for 43 yards, 10.8 average. The 8th-year veteran has played for the Arizona Cardinals in 2014 to 2016, Lions in 2017 until the year 2021, Cleveland Browns in 2018, the Houston Texans in 2019 and 2020, and since entering the league as a college free agent in 2013, Fells has played in 109 career games with 81 starts, totaling 127 receptions for 1,526 yards, 12.0 average, and 21 touchdowns. The Fullerton, California native played collegiately at UC Irvine. He will wear number 88, respectively, for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So again, the Buccaneers have signed Darren Fells and receiver Brashad Perriman this past week. So that's coming from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers organization. Also, ladies, in addition, they released wide receiver John Hurst and tight end Dion Yelder from the practice squad to add those 2 playmakers in. So that's pretty much your NFL news to start off this morning. From the Tampa Bay Buccaneers organization, so to speak. All right, let's quickly move to some NBA news. John Wall's contract prohibiting potential trades, increasingly likely that he won't play this season. So I don't know if anybody heard about John Wall's situation, that he doesn't want to play this season. He might sit out the whole remainder of the season. This is coming from the NBA news. That's what we heard this past week, according to John Walls, that he's looking for trades, and he is likely, and the increase is likely that he won't be playing at all this season. He doesn't want to play this season until a trade is effective for him to go to a land, possibly to a different team. So it's a shame what's going on with John Wall, of course, who might not be the player he once was, but remains more than capable of helping a number of teams. He still has that capability, of course. Instead, he's effectively a healthy scratch every Houston Rockets game. For every Houston Rockets game, ladies and gentlemen, he's still very effective. But he wants to sit out until he gets traded. He did not play an organizational decision. Wall and the Rockets both want the same thing, a trade that will put Wall in a position to contribute elsewhere while netting Houston an asset or two. Unfortunately, there's a $92 million obstacle in the way of that happening. Yes, money-wise is playing a big factor on John Wall's situation, folks. That's what Wall is owed over the season, and next he's making $44.3 million this year, and is 100% going to pick up his $47.4 million player option for next season. And then a few teams have the ability or interest to take on that kind of salary, no less for a player who brings sub all-star impact with a bright red flag injury history. The similar solution would be for Wall and the Rockets to agree on a contract buyout, possibly. But Wall has shown no interest in that. So he has shown no interest at all. He wants his money, all of it. And so absent a buyout or a trade, Walls could be stuck on the sideline for a while. On Wednesday night, ESPN, Adrian Jaworski called it increasingly likely that Wall won't play at all this season. Yes. So that's coming from John Walls from the NBA, that he doesn't want to play for the Houston Rockets anymore, and he just wants to sit out for the remainder of the season until he looks for a different team. But, I mean, but at the same time, he owes money too. All right. More news coming from the NBA is that star power index, ladies and gentlemen, Stephen Curry, MVP leader so far in the start the NBA regular season, folks. And John Morant is also entering the conversational, and Carmelo Anthony and the Lakers savior as well. Curry, ladies and gentlemen, has become the first player this season to score 50 points in a game this past week, folks, lighting up the Atlanta Hawks on Tuesday night as the Golden State Warriors improved their NBA record at the best of 9-1. That was on Tuesday, though. But now, ladies and gentlemen, they're currently now 11-1 on the season, folks. The Golden State Warriors and Stephen Curry. And ladies and gentlemen, also more updated news coming in from the Golden State Warriors organization is that there is a good possibility Klay Thompson could make his triumphant return. The latest reports and sources are coming in that he could possibly come by Christmas. So that's almost, 5 to 6 weeks away? So, and ladies and gentlemen, the Golden State Warriors are dangerous right now where they're sitting at. They are dangerous. And they're playing lights out basketball as we speak right now. It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal what the Golden State Warriors are doing, folks. But this past Tuesday, though, Stephen Curry, the only professional athlete in that Golden State Warriors locker room, put up 50 points, ladies and gentlemen. The first player this season to ever do it. And he put the best record for the Golden State Warriors organization at 9-1. It was the first time in Curry's career, ladies and gentlemen, for him to post 50 points, 10 assists in the same game. And he was unseated, and he's unseated by Wilt Chamberlain as the oldest player in history to put up a single game line, folks. Behind Wilt Chamberlain, folks. Yes, that is some crazy stuff. That is some crazy stuff indeed. Curry, he came to Atlanta, ladies and gentlemen, having held to 20 or fewer points in 4 consecutive games for the first time since 2014, folks. He came in Atlanta having been held to 20 or fewer points in 4 consecutive games for the first time since 2014, folks. And his shooting, by his historical standards, folks, he has been relatively sporadic, and still, he's the early leader in the MVP race. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, beginning of this NBA season, he's already considered MVP. Yeah. Can you believe it? As of Tuesday, Caesars Sportsbook, ladies and gentlemen, the sports gamblers, they had him at plus 325 to win that award. followed by Kevin Durant at 600 and Giannis Antetokounmpo at 650, folks. Wow. Wow. Going into this first start of the NBA regular season for the Golden State Warriors and Stephen Curry, folks. Look at where Stephen Curry's currently sitting at. Yeah, it is crazy. For my money, Durant has been the league's best player thus far. But Curry's impact and the Golden State is plus 12.3 points per 100 possessions with Curry on the floor. As usual, it extends so far beyond his own traditional numbers, which are again terrific. The Golden State success is disproportionately attributed to his presence and thus has him in the early MVP driver's seat, like we mentioned. Anthony is blistering also. Anthony Davis, ladies and gentlemen, is blistering to a hot start this season. And it's not like his contributions are mere gravy, with LeBron James potentially out for a while with an abdominal strain and Russell Westbrook typically hit and miss. The Lakers have become heavily reliant on Anthony's shooting and scoring to stay afloat in the early going. And I think according to sources and reports, LeBron James, I think, is back in the lineup. Russell Westbrook and Anthony Davis, I think he mentioned this past week, according to sources and reports, that currently the Los Angeles Lakers do not look like a playoff team. And do you guys agree with that statement? I mean, lately what we've been seeing from the Los Angeles Lakers, not to mention they lost their last previous game, they certainly do not look like a playoff contender team, none whatsoever. They still have a lot. They still have a lot to address, folks, in that organization, in that locker room, not to mention. And it's not even helping with LeBron James and Anthony Davis being in the starting lineup, folks. So they got to figure out what's going wrong with them, and they got to figure out fast before the window starts closing in on the Lakers organization. Definitely. So again, ladies and gentlemen, this past week, after hitting 7 3-pointers in the Lakers win over Charlotte on Monday, Anthony is shooting 52% from the three, including 64% at home. And entering play on Wednesday, he's shooting 58% from three over his last 6 games, and his 3.5 made 3-pointers per game is tied with Grayson Allen, folks. Grayson Allen for the 4th highest mark in the league. Only Stephen Curry and Buddy Hield and CJ McCollum have made more total threes than Melo. Yes, that's reports coming in as well. All right, so that's NBA news, folks. Also, we're going to get to some NBA scores, and then we'll go over some predictions from yesterday, from last night's NBA Saturday edition. We'll go over those recaps and scores for you. And we'll give you some predictions for today's games on your Sunday. We'll do that, of course. And we'll give you all the latest updates you guys need to know right at your fingertips here live. Worldwide Sport Updates on your Sunday morning edition, nonetheless, November 14, 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to be on the air, yes, please call us. 610-770-3698. Again, that is 610-770-3698. If you'd like to be on the air, please reach out to me first, so we can get approval if you guys would like to be on the air. There's some people that are not comfortable to be on the air, and we respect that, and we got to respect you guys as well. But if you're interested, please let me know, and we'll get you on the air if you guys would like to have your voices heard. As we would like to bring in everybody together as a community, interacting, so forth and so forth, with everybody that enjoys sports as much as we all do too. We don't do this, we don't do this for the money or the fame. We do it for because we're passionate about it. We're dedicated, we're committed, and we love it, folks. As much as you guys love it, we love it as well, and we try to deliver sports news to the best of our ability, to how much we can, and that's what Worldwide Sport Updates is all about, folks. All right. We're not going to get to too much NHL today, folks. I do have one NHL news update I would like to share with you. Ladies and gentlemen, this came in this past week. So the Blue Jackets, folks, the Blue Jackets organization from the NHL, they have announced that all-time leading scorer Rick Nash will be retiring, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, that's reports are coming in from the NHL that Rick Nash will be retiring this year. So I think it's going to be during the season of spring. I think before close to the NHL playoffs. I think, according to sources and research, I think I did my homework that it's going to be until sometime after the winter season is when they're going to announce the Blue Jackets are going to retire Rick Nash, the all-time scoring leader. Again, Nash, who had the Blue Jackets, ladies and gentlemen, they traded up to get the number 1 pick in the 2002 NHL draft, was with the Blue Jackets through 2012, folks. After a decade, the Blue Jackets failing to win a playoff game, Nash told general manager Scott Housen of his desire. Of his desire to be traded, folks. This was met with some disapproval from fans who booed his return as a member of the New York Rangers. Yes, he played for the New York Rangers, folks. But after Nash completed his playing career, he was welcomed back to Columbus with wide open arms, and Nash was hired as a special advisor to general manager Jeremo Kalkayan in 2019, and was named the franchise director of player development in June of 2021. This past summer, actually. Nash is the Blue Jackets' all-time leader in nearly every major offensive category, including goals, assists, points, shots on goal, game-winning goals, and power play goals, according to the team stats. He also has worn the Blue Jackets sweater more than anyone with 674 games played. He also was the face of the franchise in its infancy and was the first bona fide star in the club history. The Blue Jackets side that his jersey will be retired before the March 5th game. Yes, so it's before March 5th game, folks. Before against the Boston Bruins. Team Nash finished his NHL career with, So on March 5th, ladies and gentlemen, on March 5th, yes, again, on March 5th, to clarify to everybody out there, on March 5th, 2022, before the Boston Bruins game, the Columbus Blue Jackets will retire Rick Nash, his jersey number, the all-time scoring leader, folks, once again. So that's your NHL news coming from there. All right. So again, congratulations to Rick Nash on an amazing NHL career nonetheless. Again, on March 5th, 2022, before the Boston Bruins game, is when they will retire the all-time scoring leader, Rick Nash, again, ladies and gentlemen. So congratulations. What a career. What a career for Rick Nash nonetheless, folks. Nonetheless. All right. So, more stuff to share with you folks on your Sunday morning edition. And it's the Major League Baseball the Major League Baseball organization. First, I want to share some reports from Major League Baseball. And one of them is, I think we got a trade in from Major League Baseball. Let me check here, folks. So reports came out this week from Major League Baseball. Yeah, actually, it's not even a trade. It's a retirement announcement, folks. So according to sources and reports from Major League Baseball, Sean Casimir Jr., ladies and gentlemen, has announced his retirement. So that's the sources that are coming in. He is a former a major league infielder, and he's retired. He announced his retirement from the from the Braves, I believe. Yep. So he's retiring from the Atlanta Braves. So 37 years old. And it was his last, I think, 8 seasons with the Atlanta Braves, I believe. And I believe 17 with minor leaguers. So again, that's the announcement that came in from Sean Casimir Jr., ladies and gentlemen, announcing his retirement from Major League Baseball career. Also, ladies and gentlemen, there is something else I would like to share with everybody of what's going on in Major League Baseball right now. Ladies and gentlemen, according to reports and sources, Major League Baseball is in jeopardy, folks. I cannot. I mean, a lot of people probably have heard, and it's truly a disappointment. And you know what? We're like, I would say, maybe a couple of weeks away from the month of December, ladies and gentlemen. So here's what the latest reports are coming in. The latest reports are coming in that by December 1st, yes, you heard it correctly, December 1st, 2021, at 11:59 p.m., if there is no new collective bargaining agreement, folks, the Major League Baseball season is in jeopardy, folks. Not to mention, next month is the winter meetings. So before you know it, the winter meetings will be here, and Major League Baseball spring training camp will be here. It is, ladies and gentlemen, it's in jeopardy right now. It is in jeopardy. If anybody's hearing that, total reports are coming in that the reason why, folks, that Major League Baseball is in jeopardy of a potential lockdown is because their collective bargaining agreement, their CBA, is about the previous one, the one that was slanted and approved for 2016 until the year 2021, and not to mention next month 2021 is officially over, right? So the contract is about to expire, folks. The collective bargaining agreement is about to expire. The 2016, the one that ran for 4 years, folks, from 2016 until 2021, it's about to expire. Less than a couple of weeks away, folks. Less than a couple of weeks away. And Major League Baseball has yet to come up with anything, folks. Has yet to come up with anything. So they are in total jeopardy of a potential lockdown, ladies and gentlemen. Now, there could be a couple of reasons why. All right, there could be a couple of reasons to why they are in serious jeopardy, folks. And the reason for that is, ladies and gentlemen, it's because there's a lot of people's feedback coming in that Major League Baseball is such a long season, folks. Yeah, it's a long season. It really is. And we know all about this. Not to mention, there's always some money issues, and money. And when I mean by money issues is when it comes to trades, when it comes to renegotiating your contract, coming to an agreement, or whatever the problems arise with an organization, folks. Money is always the major factor that you could put on the table, folks. And Major League Baseball is in serious jeopardy, folks. And we're not talking about coronavirus here. We're not talking about the COVID's making a triumphant return here, and it's about to make Major League Baseball, definitely in jeopardy of not having a season at all next year. But ladies and gentlemen, this is about a new collective bargaining agreement that Major League Baseball cannot fully address. So a lot of people's feedback have come in, folks, that it's a long season for the Major League Baseball playoff. I mean, excuse me, Major League Baseball season, folks. It's a long season. They're thinking about possibly reducing it down to 100 games, or maybe down to 82 games, just like the NBA. The NBA plays 82 games, right? So maybe Major League Baseball needs to go in a different direction here. Yeah, maybe Major League Baseball, ladies and gentlemen, they need to go in a whole different direction. I mean, which is not a bad idea. I think, ladies and gentlemen, the board of directors, the general managers, the staff, maybe they need to sit down and they need to think about, having a meeting, maybe like a 3-hour to 5-hour meeting, folks, or maybe like a 1-day meeting to figure out how to, make sure that we can satisfy the people, and satisfy the players. Maybe they need to go in a whole different direction. Maybe it's time to go in a different era, ladies and gentlemen, in the Major League Baseball. Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it is. So it's not a bad idea. I don't think it would hurt, but I mean, folks, I mean, if you guys recall, ladies and gentlemen, what happened when COVID made an outbreak, folks. When COVID made an outbreak, Major League Baseball had to start reducing a lot of games, prior to, for example, let's throw a season out there, the 2020 season. It was a shorter season. So, I mean, did that really impact them? Of course it did. Excuse me. Of course it did. Of course it did. It definitely did make an impact on them. But at the same time, maybe it was beneficial. Maybe it was beneficial, folks. Maybe having a shorter season was not a bad idea. I mean, they got to come up with something. I mean, you're going into the year 2022 and you have nothing to show for it. Nothing. So, I mean, they have nothing. At this point, they're dry. At this point, they're dry, folks. Yeah, they are dry. They have nothing at all. None whatsoever. And again, folks, Major League Baseball is, ladies and gentlemen, in serious jeopardy. Yeah, it is definitely in serious jeopardy, folks. Again, if they don't come up with anything by December 1st, at the deadline is at 11:59 p.m. If there is nothing by that date, Major League Baseball is in serious jeopardy, folks. And they could be looking at a potential lockdown. Not to mention, the winter meetings could be in jeopardy as well. And they might not have a winter meeting to even go with. So, it's time for Major League Baseball to wake up, though. It's time for that whole organization, that whole franchise, to figure out a solution with just a couple weeks away. I mean, we're in November 14th. Today's November 14th, folks, and we still haven't heard anything yet. We still have not heard anything. But we'll keep our eyes open, though. We will do our homework. We will do our research. We will stay glued to our computers as more reports come in from Major League Baseball, and we will share it out to you these next couple weeks. I mean, again, before you know it, Thanksgiving will be here. I mean, are they going to wait until Thanksgiving to come up with a solution? So again, the deadline is approaching, folks. It's definitely approaching. Yep. Again, December 1st, that collective bargaining agreement, the 2016 to 2021, if no CBA is found for like a different approach for Major League Baseball, they're gonna be looking at a potential lockdown, folks. And this is why the players are now acting fast to get those trades in so early, so that way it won't be such an impact. So that's why a lot of trades and free agency, you guys been hearing it's going on early than expected in Major League Baseball, and they're prepared. They're prepared for the worst, and it's not for the best. It's not for the best. It's sad. It's sad, folks. It really is. That Major League Baseball again, and this has nothing to do with COVID. This has nothing to do with COVID, folks. And they're looking at a potential lockdown of a season. It's sad. It's sad. I mean, yeah, money talks, folks. And again, I mean, I don't know. I mean, the question is, did Major League Baseball even see this coming? I mean, yeah, you agreed on a CBA, from 2016 to 2021, but I mean, were you prepared for looking ahead though? Did they have an approach or a game plan to think ahead, beyond 2021? And again, who knew this COVID would make an impact? Who would have thought COVID-19 would have made an impact and a huge difference around the world of sports? Right? So again, to all my sports fans, to all the people that desire and love sports and they love their baseball, again, I don't think anybody expected this. Nobody did. Nobody knew, COVID was going to impact the United States of America. But again, why didn't Major League Baseball have some kind of game plan, some type of looking ahead to what's to come after 2021, back in 2016 and 2017? Why did they wait until the last minute? And look at 2021 is over next month, folks. Everybody's going to be saying Happy New Year, Merry Christmas. And they're going to be looking in on the outside, figuring out how to even have a season next year, which possibly they might have not a season at all. And not to mention, it's going to make an impact on minor league baseball. Yeah. So, and that's the last thing the minor league baseball needs. When we talk about the Reading Fighting Phils and the Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs, so forth and so forth. They don't want that headache, and not to mention last year in 2020, folks, there was no minor league baseball. It was shut down for the whole season. And do you think that's the last thing that they need? No. So, I mean, where do minor leaguers get their shine on, folks? From the minor leagues, right? They have to get their shine on in minor league baseball before they even get considered to go to the pros. And if there's no pro baseball, how the heck are you going to have a minor league baseball season? So, yeah. So, scary stuff nonetheless. I mean, I can't, you can't say, I mean, that everything I just said right now is not right on point, folks. It is definitely right on point. All right. I mean, everything that was just said right now is definitely correct. Yeah, definitely correct. All right. So that's Major League Baseball, ladies and gentlemen, for you nonetheless. All right. All right, let's see here. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're tuning in on your Sunday, again, the Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. We just recapped week 10 of the Miami Dolphins. Excuse me. Excuse me. We just recapped Miami Dolphins versus the Baltimore Ravens game on Thursday. Also, we did put some NFL news out there regarding the Tampa Bay Buccaneers organization, and we also talked NBA news, and also we're gonna get the scores and also your predictions in a couple minutes, folks. And we also talked about NHL news, and we covered Major League Baseball potential lockdown situation that could possibly arise going into next season, folks. So we're so far so good, ladies and gentlemen, right where we need to be. Coming up next here on our sports podcast edition on your Sunday, we are going to talk college football recap, ladies and gentlemen. What we had some upsets. Yes, we did. And ladies and gentlemen, look who's still undefeated. The Cincinnati Bearcats. From Friday night. We're gonna get to that. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, there's also an undefeated team that just lost yesterday. And we know who that is, right? We know who that is. We'll get to them in a couple minutes, but that kind of hurts their chances now, and it opens the door for the Cincinnati Bearcats more than it opens the door for the other team that lost yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, we're starting to get, not to mention, we're starting to get bowl eligibility teams that are qualified for the college playoffs. You know, I mean, again, the college regular season is a couple weeks away from ending, folks, and our focus is then going to be on college playoffs. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk about college basketball. Yes, college basketball, NCAA, it made its open season on Tuesday, November 9th, this past week, folks. We're not going to go through all the games, though. We are going to go, however, through the games that transpired yesterday, Saturday night. We'll go over them with you, folks, and we'll break down those scores nonetheless. All right, so we're going to talk college basketball, and we'll talk college football of Week 11, nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen. And then we're going to talk about Week 10 of the NFL. All right, we're going to give you my 5 locked picks, ladies and gentlemen. Also, we're going to go over injuries. Yes, we're going to talk predictions and breakdowns of who I believe has a better chance of winning today in Week 10 of the NFL. And we're also going to talk about Week 10, the spread for the sports gamblers. Yes, I'm going to give you the spread. We're going to talk about that spread. Last week, for Week 9, I didn't get the chance to talk about it on our podcast episode segment, but I will be throwing that out today for all the sports gamblers out there. We are going to talk about definitely the spread of Week 10 for all the sports gamblers nonetheless. All right. So before we get to college football, folks, all right, I want to talk about the reason why we're here. Buffalo Bills country. All right. I'm going to give you my Week 9 takeaways. All right. We're going to go back to Week 9 real quick. And first off, I want to say this. Out of everybody, ladies and gentlemen, last week in the sports commentating business, including myself as a podcaster, as a true dedicated and committed podcaster that I am, and to all the sports commentators, last week when we gave out our predictions for Week 9, this is the ultimate question that needs to be thrown out right now. What the heck is wrong with the Buffalo Bills? Exactly. Dead silence, critic, birds chirping. What is wrong with the Buffalo Bills? What is wrong with them? This was not the Buffalo Bills team that I saw go back to weeks prior. What happened to the Buffalo Bills team that dominated the stretch of these past weeks where they put 30 plus points on their opponents? You gotta be freaking kidding me. Yes, I'm saying freaking on live podcast. You gotta be freaking kidding me that you put up 6 points against the Jacksonville Jaguars last week. Are we talking about the same Jacksonville Jaguars team that lost to a bunch of teams that actually, here's a perfect one. Are we talking about the same Jacksonville Jaguars team that went on the road, that lost the Seattle Seahawks? And the Seattle Seahawks dominated Jacksonville. What the heck is wrong with the Buffalo Bills, folks? Not to mention, here's another history, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody wants to hear from week 9. So prior to what we witnessed last week, for the first time in NFL history, a player with the same name as the opposing quarterback recorded a sack. Josh Allen versus Josh Allen. So you had Josh Allen on the other side of the field make a name for himself on the defensive side. And then you had a Josh Allen quarterback who these past couple weeks have dominated his opponent 30 plus points, fall down here. He fell down here, folks. All right. So you had a Josh Allen on the defensive side make a name for himself, which nobody knew who Josh Allen was. Nobody even knew there was a Josh Allen on the Jacksonville Jaguars team until last week. Yeah. Nobody knew that there was a Josh Allen on the other side of the ball until last week, folks. Yeah. So another thing I want to share with everybody is this. Josh Allen, right here, this Josh Allen right here, the quarterback of the Buffalo Bills, 264 passing yards. Okay? I mean, 2 interceptions, 4 sacks, yeah, by the Jacksonville Jaguars defense. 4 sacks, folks, in a ugly dominating fashion of a game. The final score again of that football game, if anybody did not watch that game last week and missed it, or well, actually by now everybody probably watched the highlights, but cannot believe that score, ladies and gentlemen, was only 9-6. Not to mention you were down in South Florida. There was no weather being that of a factor. Okay, weather was beautiful. Temperatures probably were in the mid 60s to upper 70s. I mean, actually lower 70s. Okay, so you're not dealing with any snow or windy conditions, or not to mention you were not dealing with any rain. It was beautiful down in Jacksonville, and in the state of Florida. And this Josh Allen right here, this quarterback of a quarterback that these past couple weeks has beat his opponents 30 plus points, only recorded in the record books 264 passing yards, 2 interceptions, and 4 sacks. And then you have another Josh Allen here. Again, nobody knows who the heck Josh Allen was on the other side of the ball. He made a name for himself. Nobody knew there was a Josh Allen on the Jacksonville Jaguars team. He had 1 sack, recorded 1 sack, 1 interception, and 1 forced fumble. One forced fumble, folks. Actually, not even a forced fumble. It was one recorded fumble. Again, Josh Allen on Josh Allen. And Josh Allen, this guy, Josh Allen, the first time in NFL history, this guy made history, and this guy went down in history. Pretty much is the comparison. I mean, the comparison between those two teams. What was going on with this Buffalo Bills team? Buffalo should be totally embarrassed. Not to mention disappointed. So what you did last week against Jacksonville, you should have dominated that game like the way Seattle dominated Jacksonville. Seattle plummeted Jacksonville. Seattle Seahawks outplay. Well, actually, I wouldn't even say. I think they didn't even outplay or outcoach Jacksonville. Jacksonville is just an awful team. Seattle was just a better team that week, and they dominated them flat out. Lights out football nonetheless. And Buffalo could not go to Jacksonville and do the same thing. No excuse. No excuse. 6 points? 6? Are you freaking kidding me? That's all? That's all you record? What kind of football was I watching last week? I mean, what football was everybody watching last week? Was this the same Buffalo? And you know what? Buffalo also lost to Tennessee Titans. I mean, what's going on with this Buffalo Bills team? What is going on? I mean, we're gonna get to today's game. We're gonna get to today's game. I mean, we'll get to the predictions and see if. I'm kind of puzzled here if they can win today's game too. We'll get to that. But what's going on here? Anyway, they should be embarrassed. They should be totally disappointed. I mean, again, going into the season, folks, they were the heavy favorite to become Super Bowl contenders, to make a Super Bowl run. And you lose to the Jacksonville Jaguars, who only have, 2 wins under their belt this season? Wake up. All right. Here are my other takeaways for week 9, ladies and gentlemen. That happened again with the Buffalo Bills and the Jacksonville Jaguars. Totally disappointing. And they even made all the commentators. I mean, anybody that predicted that game last week and the podcasters, Buffalo Bills made them look bad. Everybody in that game last week predicted Buffalo to win that football game, including myself. And then the outcome is 9-6. 9-6, Jacksonville. Wow. All right. More takeaways to go, ladies and gentlemen. The real Cleveland Browns, they stood up. Yeah. The Cleveland Browns stood up last week. Okay, they beat the Bengals after the Bengals dominated in dominated fashion, beat the Baltimore Ravens. So the real Cleveland Browns stand up without Odell Beckham, and we'll get to Odell Beckham here in a couple minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Also, hats off to Colt McCoy in week 9. You know, ladies and gentlemen, the Arizona Cardinals were without DeAndre Hopkins and Kyle Murray last week. And look at this. Kyle Murray came through to improve the Arizona Cardinals to 8-2 on the season. I mean, are they 8-2 or 8-1 actually on the season, folks? 8-1. 8-1. We'll get to them in a couple minutes here with the predictions and the breakdowns for Week 10. But hats off to Colt McCoy, though. Took this team on his shoulders the whole 60 minutes of that football game last week. Yeah. Jordan Love had a slow start last week. Again, this week, it's a whole different story now. So, again, he had a slow start against the Kansas City Chiefs. It was an ugly game, nonetheless. Kansas City Chiefs barely came out with the victory. 13-7 was the final there? So, it was not a good debut for Jordan Love, none whatsoever. And ladies and gentlemen, again, my last takeaway from Week 9 was that Josh Allen on Josh Allen, folks. Disappointing. I mean, I don't know if anybody actually, not to mention, did anybody actually tune into that football game at all? I mean, did anybody see that whole game last week? I don't know. It was disappointing. I mean, this is not the Buffalo Bills team I expected. No. I don't think anybody expected this Buffalo Bills team. None whatsoever. All right, folks. Let's talk about college football, huh? Shall we? So we are now in week 11. Week 11 of college football. And we had a lot of upsets on your Saturday. So we're going to go over them. All right, we're going to go over them nonetheless. But again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in this morning on your Sunday. Worldwide Sport Updates. Again, your podcast, your news, your local community nonetheless. All right. So, with that being said, all right, bear with me here, folks. We are going to talk. Yeah, we're going to talk college football, folks. And ladies and gentlemen, I have 3 important games I want to talk about in college football. And not to mention some takeaways. So we're going to get to that in a couple minutes. One takeaway that I definitely want to talk about is the Penn State. I think that's one of my takeaways. Let me check. I believe that's one of my takeaways. So one game that I want to talk about in my takeaway, yes, it's the Penn State Nittany Lions versus the Michigan Wolverines. All right, we're gonna get to that in a couple minutes here, though. All right, that is one takeaway. And not to mention, folks, what went wrong for the Penn State Nittany Lions, and I'll tell you one of them. The one takeaway is everybody's starting to be fed up and so sick and tired of Mr. Franklin, folks, of the Penn State Nittany Lions head coach. He's not the answer. I think at this point, ladies and gentlemen, I think you could stick a fork in it for Penn State. As far as any shot of maybe making the playoffs, I mean, I don't know. According to reports and sources, I think they are eligible still. I don't know. But at this point, some people feel like you can stick a fork in it and maybe cut it out and say this is not a playoff team, none whatsoever, after losing to Michigan Wolverines. But we'll get to them in a couple minutes, though, nonetheless. All right. With that being said, folks, we do have a lot of so we do have a lot to talk about in college football perspective, though. One of them I want to talk about, ladies and gentlemen, is the Cincinnati Bearcats. We had a Friday night football game, okay, and I want to pull that up. So bear with me here real quick. Friday night, ladies and gentlemen. Again, let's see, where is that football game? All right, Friday. Where is Friday's football games? Let's see. Okay, where am I gonna? Okay, Friday. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on Friday, November 12th. Okay, on Friday, November 12th, 2021, the Cincinnati Bearcats, they went and played against, I believe it was South Florida. Yes, USF. Final score, 45-28. Okay. Cincinnati Bearcats, ladies and gentlemen, they improved their record to 10-0 on the season. I believe so. Yeah. I think I could be wrong, but I believe they did improve their record on, yes. So they're 10-0. They're ranked second in the college rankings. Yeah, they're ranked second in the college rankings, and they improved their record to 10-0, folks. They are truly this undefeated team. And the reason they're undefeated is thanks to Ritter, ladies and gentlemen. His name is Desmond Ritter, folks. The college quarterback football player. 2 touchdowns, 1 interception, folks. He is the quarterback who breaks Cincinnati's touchdown record, ladies and gentlemen. And he did that on Friday night against the South Florida Bulls. As far as the South Florida Bulls, ladies and gentlemen, they fall to 2-8 on the season. As for Desmond Ritter, again, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception, 304 yards through the air, and he had 31 for 39 completion attempts. That is awesome stuff by Desmond Ritter, folks. Awesome stuff nonetheless. Ryan Montgomery in the backfield, he had 6 carries, 72 yards. He posted 2 touchdowns. And then Ethan Wright, he had 10 carries, 37 yards, and he posted 1 touchdown. And then Josh Weil, ladies and gentlemen, he had 1 touchdown in the receiving picture, 5 receptions and 61 yards. And then Michael Young, he had 4 receptions, 53 yards. He posted no touchdowns. And then Trey Tucker, ladies and gentlemen, he had 6 receptions, 51 yards, and 1 touchdown. So that was your Cincinnati Bearcats on Friday night. That they beat the South Florida Bulls, again, great fashion. As South Florida Bulls, ladies and gentlemen, they fall to 2-8. As far as South Florida Bulls, ladies and gentlemen, there's not really much to talk about. I mean, Timmy McClain had a rough night on Friday. Again, 16 for 30 completion attempts. He had 245 yards through the air, 1 touchdown and 2 interceptions. And then on the rushing perspective side, in the backfield position, Jaron McGaham, he had 16 carries, 53 yards, and on the ground, and 2 touchdowns. And as far as the receiving side, Jimmy Horn Jr., he had 108-yard receptions, 5 carries, and only 1 posted touchdown, folks. So tough going for ladies and gentlemen for the South Florida South Florida Bulls, nonetheless. So it was not good, ugly game. And 45-28 was your final in that matchup. So again, Cincinnati Bearcats, ladies and gentlemen, they improved their record to 10-0. We had more games, ladies and gentlemen, this past week in college football to go over with you. The Pittsburgh Panthers, ladies and gentlemen, they played on Thursday. Final score there, that game actually went to overtime on Thursday night. 30-23 was your final there. And we'll see where they improve in their college football rankings. As again, the college rankings will go out again, distributed to the public at 2:00 p.m. Eastern time this afternoon. We had Wednesday college football games as well on November 10th. As Central Michigan beat Kent State 50-30 was your final there. And then Bowling Green beat Toledo. No, excuse me, actually, Toledo beat Bowling Green in great fashion of a football game under the lights on Wednesday, November 10th. 49-17 was your final. And then NIU, the Northern Illinois against Ball State, your final there was a 1-point game differential there, 30-29 your final. And then we had Tuesday college football games, ladies and gentlemen. This was all of week 11. Ohio beat Eastern Michigan 34-26, your final there. Akron at Western Michigan. Western Michigan beat Akron 45-40, your final. And then finally, ladies and gentlemen, Miami, Ohio at Buffalo. Your final there was 45-18 on Tuesday, November 9, 2021. Okay, so that was all your college football games from week 11. But now we need to go over what's really important, and that was your Saturday football games from week 11, Saturday, November 13th, 2021. And we're going to give them to you nonetheless on your Sunday edition. All right, so we're going to talk college football here, and then we're going to talk college basketball, and then we're going to go straight to the NFL nonetheless. All right. Now, some history I would like to share with you as far the college football is concerned. For the first time, ladies and gentlemen, and I think this was brought to my attention yesterday, for the first time since 2014, the Arkansas Razorbacks have finally won a game, and they beat LSU Tigers yesterday. The final score there, 16-13 was your final. So congratulations to Arkansas Razorbacks. For the first time since 2014, they picked up a victory against the LSU Tigers, folks. Yeah, so that was a piece of history that needed to be shared out. Another piece of history from college football, folks, that I would love to share with you. The Texas Longhorns yesterday went up against the Kansas Jayhawks. And for the first time, for the first time since the year 1956. Oh my God, it's been long, hasn't it? Since 1956. Before, after my father was born. For the first time since 1956, Texas Longhorns lost their 5th straight game against when it's a game between the Texas Longhorns versus the Kansas Jayhawks. That is crazy. That is crazy, ladies and gentlemen. Their 5th straight loss as a school history team here for the Texas Longhorns. Not good. We're going to go over their score, though, and what it looked like nonetheless. So here are your college football recap, ladies and gentlemen, from week 11. Bucknell at Armany. Armany beat Bucknell yesterday. 63-10 was your final in that football game there. And I believe Army in the INDEP standings, they improved their record to 6-3. They're 1-0 in the conference. So the Army Black Knights, 63-10 was your final. New Mexico New Mexico State at Alabama. Alabama Crimson Tide, I believe. Yes, Alabama Crimson Tide. They improved their record to 9-1, 5-1 in the conference, and they beat New Mexico State 59-3, folks. Dominating fashion of a football game. 59-3, folks. 59-3. The Alabama Crimson Tide just continue to prevail. They continue to prevail, and they continue to have a great season nonetheless. And I think they are mentioned as a college playoff eligibility. I think so. I could be wrong, but they are eligible for the college playoffs. But Alabama Crimson Tide continues the roll nonetheless. Again, their record is awesome, 9-1, sitting at 9-1 for as a school nation. So great, dominating fashion nonetheless. New Mexico State had no answer on both sides of the ball. Nonetheless, I don't think that team had a good quarterback, a good running team, a good defensive team. No answer on the defensive side. Nonetheless, again, Alabama Crimson Tide, 59-3 your final. All right, Mississippi State at Auburn Tigers. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the upset. This is the upset. This is the upset I want to talk about. Mississippi beat Auburn yesterday. They beat Auburn 43-34 your final. Yeah. The Auburn Tigers lost. And I believe this even hurts their, well, of course it hurts their college rankings. But let's see where they stand in the standings though. They're 6-4 in the SEC standings, 3-3 in the conference. And then you got Mississippi State, who is also 6-4 in the SEC standings. And they are 4-3 in the conference. So they actually have a better conference record than the Auburn Tigers do. 43-34. 43-34 was your final. Now, I believe those guys are my takeaways. Are they my takeaways? No, they're not. Okay, no, they're not. All right. So anyway, it was an upset. It was an upset. So that was one of the upsets yesterday. 43-34 your final in that football game. All right. Samford at Florida. All right, here we go. This is actually one of my takeaways. This is one of my takeaways here. I want to talk about. First of all, I have a question here. All right. Again, the final score for that football game was 70-52. Okay, Florida Gators. But 70-52. Okay. How the heck does the Florida Gators defense let Samford put 52 points up? And still, and magically, in a great fashion way, they still pick up a victory. I don't know how. I don't know. I do not know how the Florida Gators escaped a win against Samford. I just don't know. It was, what a game though. What a game. You know, don't get me wrong. It was a great game. I mean, a high scoring game. But 70-52? Anyway, I'm going to tell you the takeaways from that football game now. So, here are the takeaways. Again, it was a close call. It was a close call. So, the takeaways from this is, I think Florida, ladies and gentlemen, well, everybody knows they fired defensive coordinator Todd Grittenham, right? I think moving on from him was a little too soon, not mentioned too late. But that was one of the takeaways. And then the other takeaway is, how the heck does the Florida Gators allow 400 yards? Yeah, they allowed 400 yards, folks, as a football team. 3 touchdowns through the air. Yeah. And Liam Welch, ladies and gentlemen, he had 65 yards and 2 touchdowns on the ground. Yeah. Liam Welch, folks. Yeah. So those were the takeaways. I think firing the defensive coordinator was a little too late, too soon. Actually, not too soon. I would say a little too late to fire their defensive coordinator, which really impacted Florida Gators. And not to mention it was a bad debut for the interim head coach. I mean, for the interim defensive coordinator, Christian Robertson. And then for the Gators to allow 400 yards, ladies and gentlemen, and 3 touchdowns through the air. So here are the stats. I'm going to break down for everybody. So this is how this game turned out. Okay, so let's go back to that game. Oh my God. 70 to 52 was your final. So when you go back to Samford's performance, folks, again, not only, ladies and gentlemen, did he rush. Again, he had 2 rushing touchdowns on the ground. Liam Welch. We're talking about Liam Welch of the Samford Bulldogs. Not to mention they're 4-6 on the season. And as far as the Florida Gators, they're 5-5. But Liam Welch, 2 touchdowns on the ground, 65 yards, and he had 16 carries on the ground, folks. 16 carries for Liam Welch. And then through the air, again, 400 yards through the air, 3 touchdowns and 1 pick, and he had 33 for 52 completion attempts. And he still lost the game. So Florida Gators need to consider themselves lucky. They need to definitely consider themselves lucky. I mean, look at this. The only reason they got to consider themselves lucky here is thanks to the quarterback, Amory Jones, who had a great performance. No turnovers in the football game. He had 6 touchdowns, 464 yards through the air, and 28 for 34 completion attempts, which is great stat numbers nonetheless. So I think he had a great, amazing quarterback rating. But then you had Amory Jones, who also ran with the ball on the ground. He had 10 carries, 86 yards, and 1 touchdown. And then Damian Pierce had 7 carries, 78 yards, and 2 touchdowns. And then Malik Davis had 6 carries, 33 yards, 1 posted touchdown. And then Kenmore Gamble, he had 2 touchdowns, 122 yards, and 6 receptions. And then Malik Davis on the receiving side had 2 receptions, 65 yards, and 1 posted touchdown. And then Naquan Wright, 1 posted touchdown, 53 yards, and 2 receptions. And then finally, again, Damian Pierce, 3 receptions, 48 yards, and 1 posted touchdown. And then one more person, Jamarcus Weston. He had 1 reception, 9 yards, and 1 posted touchdown. So I think those were probably my playmakers, how the Florida Gators escaped a victory. I feel like the Florida Gators should have lost this game. They definitely should have. They got to consider themselves lucky nonetheless. They really do. They really do. They really do. I mean, dominating fashion nonetheless. And then, ladies and gentlemen, when I talk about the Mississippi State versus Auburn game, when I called that, when I mentioned a couple minutes ago that game was an upset, thanks to Will Rogers, ladies and gentlemen, he threw 6 touchdowns to record a comeback to beat the Auburn Tigers. So you know, there was a lot of dominating fashion of a football game, nonetheless, in your week 11 of college football, folks. Yeah. So again, Will Rogers had a great game, and then talk about Emory Jones of the Florida Gators, quarterback, who had an outstanding game, 464 yards through the air, no turnovers, and 6 recorded touchdowns, nonetheless. So great fashion of a football game. So again, 70 to 52 was your final. 70 to 52 was your final, as the Florida Gators improved their record to 5-5 on the season. But to getting all my point across, I still feel, in my perspective, Florida Gators should have lost that game. They should have lost that game. To give up 400 yards, yeah, through the air, and 2 touchdowns on the ground, yeah, they should have lost that game. They should have lost. But Florida Gators, consider yourself lucky, though. Consider yourself lucky. I mean, you gave a great showing. That's what college football is all about. You gave a great showing, put on a heck of a performance. I mean, that's what the state of football is all about, folks. That's what it's all about when you are getting your popcorn ready, you're sitting down and you're having hoagies and popcorn for dinner or lunch, whatever it may be, to watch an outstanding performance like that. It speaks for itself. So, not to mention, they labeled a great football game on paper. So, consider yourself lucky, Florida Gators. Again, congratulations to the Florida Gator Nation, School Nation, for escaping with the victory nonetheless, which I feel, in my opinion, they should have lost that game. I mean, that defense is horrible. That defense is horrible nonetheless. All right, let's move on. Connecticut, ladies and gentlemen, at Clemson. Clemson, oh my God, they continue to do what Clemson continues to do what Clemson does. Is pretty much my point here. Again, 44-7 was your final. And Clemson, again, they improved their record to 7-3. And their conference record is 5-2. As far as Connecticut is concerned, well, they fall, I believe. Let's see. So in the INDEP standings, yeah, they're 1-9 on the season, and they're 0-2 in the conference, nonetheless. But as far as Clemson Tigers are concerned, 7-3 and 5-2 in the conference. But the question is, and it looms, they have a great record, but they're not in the college football rankings. I mean, will they even have a shot to make it in the playoff picture for the Clemson Tigers? I mean, barely, right? Barely. But never lose hope, huh? Never lose hope. You know what the old saying is? Excuse me. You know what the old saying is? The old saying is, when there's a will, there's a way. When there's a will, there's a way. I mean, all it takes really to get considered in the college playoffs is to be in the top 25 in the college football rankings. I think if you make that and you achieve that goal, anything is possible for you. But again, it might be dead in the water pretty much. All right, let's move on. 44-7 final. Clemson. Syracuse at Louisville. Louisville beat Syracuse 41-3, your final there. Rutgers at Indiana. Oh, well, Rutgers Well, there's nothing really to say about this football game here. Rutgers beat Indiana in great dominating fashion, 38-3, your final there. Maine at Massachusetts. Massachusetts, well, they lost to Maine, 35-10. All right. Here's another upset football game that we need to talk about. The Oklahoma Sooners against Baylor. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what happened yesterday. Did anybody even watch the Oklahoma Sooners game yesterday? Okay, well, I'm your guy. All right? This is what you missed. Caleb Williams got taken out yesterday. Spencer Rattler came back in. Question is, was it enough for the Oklahoma Sooners to keep their undefeated streak alive and potentially in the college playoff picture? And I have the answers for you. The answer is no. No. So, yes, Spencer Rattler did come into the game, but it wasn't enough. Oklahoma Sooners suffered their first loss at the hands of Baylor, 27-13, your final. And this is where the Cincinnati Bearcats picture comes in. They're 10-0. They're ranked number 2 in the college football rankings. They're alive and well and kicking for a playoff spot, possibly for eligibility for a bowl game. As far as the Oklahoma Sooners, well, it's a tough one now. It's a tough one. It makes a lot of things tougher when you suffer that first loss and you put it in the record books. Yeah, Oklahoma Sooners should have won that game. But they did not. Speaking of that, though, let's it's something I want to share with you folks on why they lost to Baylor. Okay, so the reason they lost to Baylor is and actually here's more important news I would like to share with everybody. This is Baylor's, after knocking off Oklahoma, this is their first win against the Sooners since 2014, folks. Yeah, that's another history right there. But let's go over the stats though. Let's go over the stats. So again, the reason Oklahoma Sooners suffered their first loss, Caleb Williams turned the ball over twice. Yep. Turned over the ball twice. 10 for 19 completion attempts, only 146 yards through the air. And Spencer Rattler, who came in to fill in for Caleb Williams because he was struggling throughout the football game, had nothing to show for it. 4 for 6 completion attempts, 36 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Kennedy Brooks struggled. 13 carries, only 51 yards through the ground, only posted 1 touchdown. Caleb Williams had a running touchdown, 17 yards, 10 carries. And nobody on the receiving side was a big name. Again, 27-14 was your final, folks. 27-14. Not to mention, not only did Baylor pick up the Baylor Bears, not only did they pick up their first win against the Oklahoma Sooners since 2014, but they're 8-2, ladies and gentlemen. They're 8-2 on the season. So, What did go right for the Baylor Bears? Well, Gary, ladies and gentlemen, number 11, your number 11 quarterback, Gary Bohannon, had 12 for 21 completion attempts, 117 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick, and he also ran the ball on using his feet, 2 touchdowns, 107 yards through the ground, 9 carries, and then Taekwon Torton had 1 touchdown, 41 yards, and 4 receiving receptions. That was it. That's the reason the Baylor Bears were so dominant. That's what was clicking for them. Those were the official playmakers that helped secure a football victory for the Baylor Bears. Again, their first victory against the Oklahoma Sooners since 2014, folks. Yeah. So your Baylor Bears, ladies and gentlemen, they improved their record to 8-2 on the season. As the Oklahoma Sooners, well, this hurts. This hurts a lot. Not to mention you're looking now up at the Cincinnati Bearcats, who still have yet to lose on the season. They're 10-0, and you suffer your first loss of the season. I mean, nobody expected the Oklahoma Sooners to suffer their first loss, especially against the Baylor Bears, who are ranked, I think, in college football rankings in the top 20, I believe, below or something below that, I believe. Maybe top ranked 17 or 16 or 15 in the college rankings. But Baylor Bears came through, folks. Yep, they did it. Again, 27-14, your final. All right. And that was, in my book, that was an upset too. That was definitely an upset, nonetheless. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue. Kansas State at West Virginia, 34-17, your final Kansas State victory there. All right, is this my next takeaway that I need to talk about here? Michigan Wolverines versus the Penn State Nittany Lions. I believe that is one of my takeaways. Yeah. All right. Before I get to that takeaway, folks, I do have the takeaway from the Oklahoma Sooners again versus Baylor again. There's actually 8 takeaways. There is 8 takeaways to what went right for the Baylor Bears. But I'm not going to throw so much out there. My only takeaway going into that football game was pretty much, let's see. And I think I have to agree on this. Again, based off doing homework and research. Let's see. And again, folks, here's something else I would love to share with everybody. Even though the Baylor Bears had missed opportunities, they still came through clutch. Yeah. That is one of the takeaways, actually, I will give credit. I'll give credit where it's due. Where the Baylor Bears escaped this victory. Again, 27-14. They had missed opportunities. Don't get me wrong. In that football game, for the Baylor Bears to improve their record to 8-2, but they still had missed opportunities. I think that was one of the takeaways I will definitely give. And they kept the game close. See, that is where the Oklahoma Sooners should not have done, is kept the Baylor Bears in this football game. That's something they should have not have done at all, is to keep the Baylor Bears close. And that's actually one of the negative takeaways from the Oklahoma Sooners. The other takeaway was the Baylor's defense stopping that running game from the Oklahoma Sooners. Yeah. So, and actually another takeaway is the Baylor's defense, they stepped up where the credit is due, folks. Giving Caleb Williams, after we've been hearing his name a whole lot Yes, we've been hearing whole name a lot these past couple weeks. They made him feel uncomfortable under the pocket, folks. Yeah, they made him feel really uncomfortable. And then they thought, and then the head coach thought bringing Spencer Rattler back, into the game would be the definite answer. Unfortunately, he had none the answer on that Baylor's defense. And that Baylor's defense, they kept that game very consistent. And Baylor was very mentally focused. And they were, I want to say they were a little bit challenged too. And the reason why is I say they were challenged is they thought that, Oklahoma possibly could, come into this football game and feel like, they could come into Baylor and disrespect us on our home field turf and try to come up with a victory. Not to mention the Oklahoma Sooners were the road team going into Baylor. So those were some of my takeaways. Yeah, nonetheless. So, but again, it does put a lot of ramifications. I'm going to use that word. It does put a lot of ramifications on the Oklahoma Sooners and how the college playoff look is going to look like for them now. Whether there'll be a bowl eligibility of a team, that's going to be yet to be determined, if anything. So it hurts a lot. It hurts a lot, especially these past couple weeks where we've been hearing a lot from Oklahoma Sooners and how dominating Caleb Williams was. So again, will this be a learning opportunity? Will they learn from this? Will they bounce back? Hopefully so. Hopefully they do. They need to figure out what mistakes they did, and this is now a wake up call for again for the Oklahoma Sooners. This is definitely a wake up call for them, and they can only now hope and cross their fingers that the Cincinnati Bearcats lose the game so they can get back in the thick of and the right things of this picture. And ladies and gentlemen, the window of opportunity is still there. You still got a couple weeks left until officially the regular season of college football is officially over. So you're not totally out of it just yet, but now it's time to buckle down and figure out exactly what went wrong, because again, these next couple games that you have left under your schedule, you're going to go facing tough teams that are going to be a very challenging opponent to you on the defensive side of things. Because again, Baylor's defense, they were definitely ready to go 60 minutes into that football game, and they did not want to be disrespected in their home turf, nonetheless, by a hot these past couple of weeks by this Oklahoma Sooners football team. And they had a great showing nonetheless. So those are the takeaways, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Penn State, Nittany Lions versus the Michigan Wolverines. Michigan Wolverines, they improved their record to 9-1. Yes, folks, you heard that right. They improved their record to 9-1 in the Big Ten standings. And you know what? They're 6-1 in the conference, nonetheless. But this is where Penn State is not looking so hot now. I don't know what's going on with this Penn State Nittany Lions football team. They're 6-4 on the season, not to mention they're 3-4 in the conference. So let's go back, ladies and gentlemen, to this Penn State football team. What happened? You talk about a football team here that is pretty much almost in the thick of not being in the college football rankings now. And with that loss, I think they're going to be out of the college football rankings. I will not be shocked when the college football rankings get distributed out today at 2 p.m. where it's going to show that Penn State is just not in the picture of things, and not to mention, I think they're still in the playoff race. Maybe I don't know, but does this hurt a lot for them, for their chances? Oh, absolutely, it does. Absolutely. It absolutely does. Penn State is. I don't know. You talk about a team here. They started off hot, and when I mean hot, these last couple. Let's go back to when the college football season started. Yeah, when the regular season started. Back in the beginning of September, all the way to where we're sitting at right now, currently at November 14, 2021. Yeah, this team is at 6-4. And they were 5-0. 5-0 to begin the season campaign. Yeah, Penn State was 5-0. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of reports are coming in from people in general, football fans across the world that love their college football. When they watch it and they turn on their TV Saturday afternoon to figure out, when you see a football game like this, and when you're a diehard, we are Penn State Nittany Lion fans, to see a team like that, they're red hot, 5-0. They were in the top 10 in the college football rankings, and then all of a sudden, possibly going into this afternoon, they're going to be out of it completely, sitting at 6-4 in the Big Ten standings, along with their record at 3-4 in the conference. Folks, that is horrible. That is horrible. That is horrible coming from the Big Ten, from a football team in general. You're 5-0. You start off hot, and then you suffer your first loss, and then you come back after the bye week. Still, not to mention you were fresh, where you had to strategize, you had to come up with a different different scheme, a different game plan, a different approach, and to figure out exactly, sit down and talk to what went wrong, and you still can't figure that out, and you still had no answer. And then for the first time in FCBS, in the FCS college football, and for the first time in college football history, you witness 9 overtimes against the Fighting Illinois, and you cannot get them out of the picture. And that game went to 9 overtimes, like I mentioned, and you let the Fighting Illinois beat you 21-18 with no answer, none whatsoever, in FBS college football history. It is sad. It is sad for this football team, and the way things have just been transpiring for this school nation. And again, when I go back to what the people and the reports are coming in that they're saying about this Nittany Lions school nation, the school team, is Mr. Franklin needs to be shipped out. He needs to go. Franklin is not carrying this team, and he pretty much, in all perspective point of view, I think he lost this team, folks. I think he definitely did. I believe James Franklin doesn't have what it takes as a coach to carry a school team like the Nittany Lions, to a playoff contending team. And then you got reports coming in will Sean Clifford even think about coming back to Penn State next season? All that's coming into play. So a lot is going on in Penn State, folks. A lot is going on in Penn State. As far as the takeaways, again, final score was 21-17. Michigan Wolverines in that football game. But as far as the takeaways, though, here are my takeaways from Week 11 of college football. Again, folks, the one takeaway, and if anybody missed watching that football game, all right, if anybody missed watching that football game, consider yourself lucky. Because one takeaway that I would like to pinpoint out with that Penn State Nittany Lions versus the Michigan Wolverines game was the fake field goal. That changed and the whole that was a disaster on every level. And by the way, the question that on everybody's mind, the people are wondering who produced that fake field goal that was unsuccessful. Yeah, Penn State. Your team, Penn State, Nittany Lions, folks. They tried to attempt a fake field goal, and it was unsuccessful. I believe, folks, that was the turning point right there. And the total favorite for the Michigan Wolverines, nonetheless. So, I think that was the whole turning point. So, I believe that was my takeaway of them all. And not to mention, another takeaway that I could throw out there is the Penn State defense. They needed to step up. They needed to make one more stop, but unfortunately, they failed. They failed to accomplish what needed to be accomplished to have any chance of winning this football game. I mean, folks, they only lost by 4 points. They only lost by 4 points. All right? 21-17 was your final there. So, again, my takeaway of that football game was the disastrous of a fake field goal by the Penn State Nittany Lions. All right? And then their defense. They didn't step up where it mattered the most. And it really hurt them. It really did. The Penn State defense had to step up, folks. And they had no answer. None. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. They had none. No answer. So, it is truly disappointing. But at the same time, it is now officially recorded in the record books. And that's your ball game. Yeah. So, I mean, they fall to 6-4, and they're 3-4 in the conference. I mean, for Penn State, ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't get better for them. I mean, do they have to wake up? Of course they do. To even have a shot at making the college playoffs. To get back possibly in the top 25 picture. So it's awful. It's awful. It's awful from a football team that couldn't step up where it really mattered the most. And it was all about that defense. And then that fake field goal that was unsuccessful. It was disastrous. Nonetheless, by the Penn State Nittany Lions, they should never attempted a fake field goal, especially against a great football team like the Michigan Wolverines. They should never attempted a fake field goal. They should not. What were they thinking is the question. What was Mr. Franklin thinking? To go yeah. Anyway, folks, 21-17, your final. All right, let's continue here. Northwestern at Wisconsin. Wisconsin wins 35-7, your final. All right. Central Florida at Southern Methodist. Southern Methodist 55 against Central Florida, 55-28, your final. East Carolina at Memphis. Memphis, they actually lost to East Carolina by 1 point in overtime, 30-29, your final. The Houston team versus Temple Owls. Well, Houston came to play nonetheless. 37-8, your final there. And I believe Houston, they improve their record. I think they're undefeated. Is it Houston undefeated right now on the season? Let's see if they are undefeated. The Houston Cougars are undefeated, folks. I believe so. I could be wrong. No, actually, they're 9-1. The Houston Cougars are 9-1 on the season. As far as the Temple Owls are concerned, they're 3-7. So, again, congratulations to the Houston Cougars. Again, beating Temple Owls 37-8 in dominating fashion, nonetheless. All right. Georgia State at Coastal Carolina, 42-40, your final. Western Kentucky at Rice. Western Kentucky beat Rice, 42-21. Utah at Arizona. Utah beat Arizona, 38-29, your final. South Alabama at Appalachian State. Appalachian State won, 31-7, your final. Georgia Southern at Texas State. Georgia Southern beat Texas State, 38-30, your final there. Purdue at Ohio State Buckeyes. Ohio State Buckeyes, well, they continue in the Big Ten standings to be the Ohio State Buckeyes that they truly are in the Big Ten. Again, they're 9-1 on the season, 7-0 in their undefeated conference record, 59-31 against Purdue. Purdue had nothing to show for it. Even though throughout the game, they challenged Ohio State Buckeyes a little bit. I give credit to Purdue where it's due. I mean, this Purdue football team has been lately, the talk of upsets, of all upsets. And they danced with Ohio State Buckeyes in putting some great numbers up. But again, it wasn't enough. They lost by 20-plus points. Again, 59-31 against the Ohio State Buckeyes. As Purdue, ladies and gentlemen, in the Big Ten standings, they fall to 6-4, 4-3 in the conference nonetheless. But again, Ohio State Buckeyes, they continue to be undefeated, and their record is all it needs to speak for itself at 9-1. All right. But again, Purdue, I mean, they're a great football team nonetheless. I mean, we saw them, do a little bit of upsets these past couple weeks where they were in the subject of upsets, of all upsets. But this one, they thought they had this game, but unfortunately, Ohio State Buckeyes just were too much for them, and the pretty much the juice, dropped. The tank dropped on Purdue, so it was not enough. It was not enough for Purdue to prevail. But they danced with them, though. They did dance with them. I give them credit. I give credit to that Purdue football team. They danced. stood really through thick and thin with this football team, but again, they came up short and it was just not enough. 59-31 your final. Minnesota at the Iowa Hawkeyes, 27-22 your final there. The Duke at Virginia Tech, 48-17 your final. Miami at Florida State. Well, Florida State beat Miami Hurricanes 31-28 your final there. Boston College at Georgia Tech. Boston College beat Georgia Tech 41-30 your final. UL Lafayette at Troy. UL Lafayette beat Troy 35-21. UAB at Marshall. UAB beat Marshall 21-14. Southern Miss at Texas San Antonio. Texas San Antonio prevailed by 10 points, 27-17 their final. The Georgia Bulldogs, again, the #1 team in the school nation in the college football rankings. They continue to be the dominating team and the scariest team going into the college football playoffs, nonetheless. 41-17 against Tennessee in dominating fashion. Charlotte at Louisiana Tech. Louisiana Tech beat Charlotte 42-32 your final. Florida International at Middle Tennessee. Middle Tennessee 50-10 your final against Florida International. Old Dominion at Florida Atlantic 30-16 your final there. Iowa State at Texas Tech. Texas Tech beat Iowa 41. They beat Iowa State 41-38 your final. Texas El Paso at North Texas. Texas El Paso lost to North Texas 20-17. Hawaii at UNLV. UNLV beat Hawaii 27-13. Maryland at Michigan State Spartans. Michigan State Spartans, they continue to improve their record at where it is. I believe 9-1 on the season. They beat Maryland 40-21. Again, in the Big Ten standings, as Michigan State Spartans are 9-1. They're 6-1 in the conference. As far as Maryland is concerned, they're 5-5 in the Big Ten, and they're 2-5 in the conference. All right. South Carolina and Missouri. Missouri beat South Carolina 31-28. Tulsa at Tulane. Tulsa beat Tulane Green Waves in overtime 20-13. Arkansas State at UL Monroe. Arkansas State beat UL Monroe 27-24. Oregon State beat Stanford 35-14 your final. Arizona State at Washington. Arizona State beat Washington 35-30. New Mexico State at Fresno State. Fresno State beat New Mexico 34-7. Air Force at Colorado State. Air Force beat Colorado State 35-21. Texas A&M at Mississippi. Mississippi beat Texas A&M 29-19 your final in that matchup. Kentucky at Vanderbilt. Kentucky beat Vanderbilt 34-17. Arkansas at Louisiana State. Arkansas, again, for the first time, ladies and gentlemen, since 2014, like I mentioned, Arkansas beat the Louisiana Tigers in overtime 16-13 for the first time since 2014 for the Arkansas Razorbacks. Congratulations to the Arkansas Razorbacks. Again, beating them by 3 points in overtime. Kansas at Texas, ladies and gentlemen. Again, this game, what one heck of a football game nonetheless. Kansas Jayhawks in overtime, 57-56 by 1 point. Again, Kansas, ladies and gentlemen, they in great dominating fashion, they beat the Texas Longhorns for the first time since 1956. This is their 5th consecutive loss against the Kansas Jayhawks, and it was not pretty at all for the Texas Longhorns, none whatsoever. 57-56 your final. North Carolina State at Wake Forest. Well, Wake Forest prevails 45-42 your final there. After that suffering loss that Wake Forest they suffered last week at the hands of the Tar Heels, the Wake Forest finally woke up. But again, it was a close game nonetheless. I feel like they should have dominated North Carolina State. North Carolina State is, I believe, well, they're 7-3, so they did go up against a great football team nonetheless. They're 4-2 in the conference. Again, this is the ACC standings. As far as Wake Forest is concerned, they do improve their record to 9-1 in a close game, and they're 6-1 in the conference. But after suffering their loss last week against the Tar Heels, they bounced back and in a close fashion game though. Again, 45-42 was your final. Notre Dame Fighting Irish, they beat Virginia 28-3, your final there. And ladies and gentlemen, speaking of the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, well, they're 9-1 in the INDEP standings as well. Again, they have no conference record yet. They're 0-0 in the conference, so they have not posted a victory or have not posted a loss yet in the conference. But they're 9-1 in the INDEP standings. As far as UAV is concerned, Virginia, well, they are 6-4 in the ACC standings, and they're 4-2 in the conference. But as far as the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, they are 9-1 on the season, nonetheless. Again, 28-3, your final. TCU, Texas Christian at Oklahoma State Cowboys. Oh man, the Oklahoma State Cowboys beat TCU, Texas Christian, 63-17. And speaking of the Oklahoma State Cowboys, they're also 9-1 in the Big 12 standings, 6-1 in the conference. And as far as TCU, well, they fall to 4-6, 2-5 in the conference. So not a good showing for TCU. But again, Oklahoma State, they knew how to play football 60 minutes on both sides of the ball, both on offense and defense. And I believe their passing and their running game was the answer to beating TCU and dominating fashion, 63-17 final. Colorado at UCLA. I believe UCLA has clinched a bowl game under Chip Kelly. So congratulations to Chip Kelly and the UCLA football team in making the playoffs. They beat Colorado 44-20, and I believe UCLA in the Pac-12 standings, they are 6-4, 4-3 in the conference. As far as Colorado's concerned, well, they fall to 3-7, and they're 2-5 in the conference. So again, congratulations to Chip Kelly, 44-20, your final there against Colorado. Utah State at San Jose State. Utah State beat San Jose State 48-17, your final there. Washington State at Oregon Ducks. Oregon Ducks, well, they won that football game 38-24. And ladies and gentlemen, speaking of the Oregon Ducks, they're 9-1 as well in the Pac-12 standings, 6-1 in the conference. As far as Washington State is concerned, well, Washington State fall to 5-5 on the season, and they're 4-3 in the conference itself. Again, 38-24, your final. Congratulations to the Oregon Ducks in itself and entirety. Nevada at San Diego State. San Diego State beat Nevada 23-21. Your final there. And those are your week 11, ladies and gentlemen, college football games. All right. So great stuff indeed. Great stuff indeed, nonetheless. All right. So I think I covered everything as far as the college football is concerned. Yeah, so we did talk about all the games that transpired. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if anybody missed it, again, Texas Longhorns for the first time since 1956, again, between the Kansas Jayhawks and the Texas Longhorns, when those two guys play each other, this is their fifth straight game loss victory. And they lost by 1 point in overtime yesterday against the Kansas Jayhawks. What a game, though. What a game, nonetheless. What a game. And ladies and gentlemen, again, as far as the Oregon State football team, they have clinched a bowl eligibility. They are eligible for a bowl game for the first time since 2013. So congratulations to Oregon State. I believe Oregon State, if anybody would love to know their record, I will be gladly to give it to you. Again, Oregon State, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. So the Oregon State Beavers, they're 6-4 again. They beat Stanford Cardinal yesterday, 35-14, their final. And this is the first time, ladies and gentlemen, since 2013, they are considered bowl eligibility to be considered for the playoffs, nonetheless. To be considered for the playoffs as we speak. All right, so great stuff and great stuff indeed. Great stuff indeed. All right. Good. All right. I think we are definitely, folks. I think we're definitely on schedule here. We definitely are. I mean, it's 10:01. We're going to talk about the NFL, but before we do talk about the NFL, we're going to give you college basketball recap. We will do that for you in a couple minutes, nonetheless. All right. So yeah, okay. So we'll do that for you. We're gonna talk college. So we're gonna talk college basketball, folks. Now, if anybody does recall, ladies and gentlemen, college basketball made its debut on November 9th. College basketball officially got underway. It's a full season, and it's here for the taking, folks. We're gonna be talking about college football a little bit more, throughout our podcast segment. These next couple weeks when we can. Pretty much, if anything, ladies and gentlemen, if I have any college basketball news I'm going to throw at you, it will be through our, Friday recordings. And ladies and gentlemen, speaking of Friday recordings, so this past Friday, I did a recorded podcast for you. All right. I recorded the podcast on Friday morning. But what happened is the sports marketer, my sports marketer that I hired, which he does take full accountability, folks, and he wants me, he wants me to let you guys know that he apologized for losing the file and the file being deleted by accident. So we had the video ready for you, okay, on Friday. We were ready to publish it on Friday afternoon, and for some reason the file was lost and deleted. And we are totally sorry, and we apologize for that happening. So please forgive us, and we'll probably make sure it will never happen again. But we had a lot of good stuff to say in our Friday's podcast, and unfortunately, I had to deliver it today live on our podcast edition. But again, he does take full accountability. It was on his fault. It was on his end. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if anybody is wondering, my sports marketer's email is worldwidesportupdates@gmail.com. Me and him, both have connections on that email. And that's where I get all my emails from, is I get it from my sports marketer, worldwidesportupdates@gmail.com. And he sends me all the video files, everything that's distributed, the scripts, the editing stuff, everything that needs to be before it's published, to be accurately, and for the video taking for everybody to view. Nonetheless, it's worldwidesportupdates@gmail.com, and it's for my viewing, it's for his viewing. Also, if you would love to give a feedback about Worldwide Sport Updates, that's where the email is. It's worldwidesportupdates@gmail.com to reach out to me or to reach out to my sports marketer with any comments or concerns or feedback that you may have. It is worldwidesportupdates@gmail.com. He has connections with it. I have connections with it. That's where we get all our stuff and our information. And again, folks, because he lost the file and it was deleted, he takes full accountability, and we couldn't publish the video on Friday. So we apologize, our sincere apology for that. And we will make sure that doesn't happen again also. Again, we've been having a lot of software issues and technical difficulties nonetheless. So that's something nobody ever wants to hear when it comes to software and system issues nonetheless. So anyways, folks, as far as college basketball is concerned, we will bring you the latest updates and news that is happening around the world of college basketball right at your fingertips on your recorded podcast. So always tune in to on Friday, folks. Definitely always tune in on Friday. If you would, to get the latest updates on the college basketball and what's going on throughout the season, nonetheless. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Coach K's last season, folks. So I believe the Duke basketball team is off to a hot start right now. So it is sad. It is sad that this is Coach K's final season, folks. It really is. I mean, he is the GOAT of all GOATs in when it comes to college basketball, and his resume speaks for itself, folks. I would love to pull up Coach K's resume for anybody that is not familiar with Coach K. Hold on a sec, folks. I would like to pull up his resume. Bear with me here. Okay, so let's see. All right, bear with me here, folks. I'm gonna. All right, folks. So with okay, so currently here, let's pull up something. I want to pull up something else. So Duke basketball is currently okay after picking up a win last night against Campbell Fighting Camels. They beat them again 67 to 56 your final. They're currently 3-0, folks. They're 3-0. The Duke Blue Devils are 3-0 currently, ladies and gentlemen, in the Atlantic Coast Division. And with Coach K, ladies and gentlemen, with this being his final season, this guy has a great resume. The guy has a great resume of all resumes as a basketball head coach that he is, for what he's recognized for. 1,167 career wins, the most in NCAA history. 1,092 wins at Duke, the most wins by a coach at a school history. 97 NCAA tourney wins, the most in NCAA history. 5 national title championships, the most in ACC history. And then 15 ACC tourney titles, the most in ACC history. And then you got the most in draft history, 28 NBA lottery picks. This is what Duke Blue Devils is all about, folks. This is what the Duke Blue Devils is all about. And what a great final season run for Coach K. To go out like that. It is nothing but much love and respect for the man in the Blue Devils history, nonetheless, for Coach K. But all right, ladies and gentlemen, here are the college basketball recaps to go with you folks from Saturday. And we will go with we will start off, ladies and gentlemen, with again. Yeah, so here are the college basketball rankings from top to bottom. And we'll start, ladies and gentlemen, with Nebraska at Omaha. Nebraska Omaha at Ball State. Ball State beat Nebraska Omaha 73 to 69 in their final. And then CSU Northridge at Notre Dame. Notre Dame beat CSU. Yeah, Notre Dame beat CSU 68 to 52 your final. Georgia Southern at South Florida. Georgia Southern beat South Florida 53 to 41 your final. Coppin State at Connecticut. Connecticut beat Coppin State 89 to 54. Southern at Tulane. Southern beat Tulane 73 to 70 your final. Carver Bible College at Nicholas State. Nicholas State beat Carver Bible College 101-44, your final. Illinois Chicago at Valparaiso. Valparaiso. Yeah, Illinois Chicago at Valparaiso. Illinois beat Valparaiso 74-70, your final. Air Force at Tulsa. Air Force beat Tulsa by 1 point, 59-58, your final. Central Florida at Miami, Florida. 95-89, your final there. Mount St. Mary's at St. Joseph's. St. Joseph's beat St. Joseph's beat Mount St. Mary 80-60, your final. Hartford at Iona. Iona? Is it Hartford at Iona? Iona beat Hartford in overtime. 90-87, your final. Florida Gulf Coast at Loyola Chicago. Loyola Chicago beat Florida Gulf Coast 89-77. North Carolina AT&T at Jacksonville. North Carolina AT&T lost to Jacksonville 63-54, your final. Lamar at Miami, Ohio. Miami, Ohio beat Lamar 104-75. St. Thomas at St. Francis. St. Thomas beat St. Francis 91-73. Colgate at North Carolina State. Colgate lost to North Carolina State 77-74, your final. Dartmouth at Georgetown. Georgetown lost to Dartmouth 69-60. Mercer at Winthrop. Winthrop lost. Actually, they won against Mercer in overtime. 88-85, your final. Vermont at Maryland. Maryland beat Vermont 68-57, your final. Rutgers at Merrimack. Merrimack, they lost to Rutgers 48-35, your final. Hartford at Army. Army beat Hartford 86-79, your final. Howard at Bradley. Bradley lost that game to Howard 76-64, your final. Miami Hamilton at 10 Martin. 10 Martin beat Hamilton. Miami Hamilton 94-66. Gardner Webb at Arkansas. Gardner Webb lost to Arkansas 86-69, your final. South Alabama at Wichita State. Wichita State beat South Alabama 64-58, your final. St. Peter's at St. John's. St. John's beat St. Peter's 91-70, your final. Warner University at Florida Atlantic. Florida Atlantic beat Warner University 78-56, your final. Maryland Eastern Shore beat Byron Athen 91-42, your final. Old Dominion at James Madison. James Madison beat Old Dominion 58-53, your final. Spring Hill at New Orleans. New Orleans beat Spring Hill 79-41. Albany at La Salle. La Salle beat Albany 67-64, your final. North Alabama at UVI Bucks. North Alabama beat UVI Bucks 99-47. Loyola Maryland at Charleston. Charleston beat Loyola Maryland 79-72, your final. Evansville at Belmont. Belmont beat Evansville 81-43, your final. Tennessee State at Norfolk State. Norfolk State beat Tennessee State 66-59, your final. Alabama A&M at Jacksonville State. Jacksonville State beat Alabama A&M 70-47. Central Michigan at DePaul. DePaul beat Central Michigan 99-66. Mass Loyal at Dayton. Dayton, they lost to Mass 59-58. Youngstown State at Southeastern Missouri State. Youngstown State beat Southeastern Missouri State 97-79, your final. New Mexico at Colorado. Colorado beat New Mexico 87-76, your final. Eastern Kentucky at Milwaukee. Eastern Kentucky beat Milwaukee 77-71, your final. NGIT at Lehigh. NGIT beat Lehigh 73-56. Nova Stara at the Wankinski. Dwanski. Yeah, Dwanski, if I could pronounce that name right. I'm sorry for the mispronunciation. Hafastera, they beat Dawakasani 73-63 your final by 10 points. Southern California at Temple, they beat Temple. Southern California beat Temple 76-71 your final. Point Park at Akron. Akron beat Point Park 102-46. Ohio at Cleveland State. Cleveland State, they lost to Ohio 67-56. Detroit Mercy at Toledo. Well, Toledo, they beat Detroit Mercy 81-73 your final. Delaware at Sena. Sena, they lost to Delaware 83-63 your final. Monmouth, New Jersey at Tawasin. Yeah, Monmouth, New Jersey at Tawasin. Monmouth, they beat Tawasin 79-71. Georgia at Cincinnati. Georgia, they lost to Cincinnati 73-68. Arizona Christian at Loyola Marymount, 74-67. They victorious for Loyola Marymount against Arizona Christian. Wagner at BCU. Wagner beat BCU 58-44 your final. North Carolina Central at Memphis. North Carolina Central lost to Memphis 90-51 your final. Montana at Mississippi State. Mississippi State beat Montana 86-49 your final. Regent University at Hampton. Hampton beat Regent University at 70 with a final score of 70-56. Lipscomb versus South Carolina State. South Carolina State beat Lipscomb. Lipscomb beat South Carolina State 93-81 your final. Mary Hardin Baylor at Texas Arlington. Mary Hardin Baylor, they lost to Texas Arlington 104-75. Alabama State at Missouri State. Missouri State beat Alabama State 78-60 your final. Berkeley College at Houston Baptist. Houston Baptist beat Berkeley College 122-44 your final. Akron State at Portland. Portland beat Akron State 62-58. Troy at Butler. Troy, they lost to Butler 70-59. Campbell at Duke. Duke beat Campbell 67-56. Bellarmine at Murray State. Murray State beat Bellarmine 78-59. California at UNLV. UNLV, they beat California 55-52 your final. Prairie View A&M versus Michigan. Michigan beat Prairie View 77-49 your final. Champion Christian at Northwestern State. Northwestern State beat Champion Christian 91-62 your final. Davidson at San Francisco. San Francisco beat Davidson 65-60 your final. Boise State at UC Irvine. UC Irvine beat Boise State 58-50 your final. Texas El Paso at New Mexico State 77-71 your final there. Sacramento State at Utah. Utah beat Sacramento State 89-56. Hawaii Hilo versus Northern Colorado 87 in overtime to 79 your final. George Washington at UC San Diego. UC San Diego beat George Washington 75-55 your final. Mississippi Valley State at Mississippi Valley State at California Baptist. California Baptist, they beat Mississippi Valley State 95-66 your final. And then, ladies and gentlemen, Texas at Gonzaga. Gonzaga, they beat Texas 86-74 your final. And then Life Pacific at CSU Bakersfield. Bakersfield, they beat Life Pacific 85-60 your final. And then last game of the night, Pacific at Hawaii. Hawaii, they beat Pacific 73-61 your final. And ladies and gentlemen, that was your college basketball recap of the NCAA nonetheless. All right, so great stuff indeed. Great stuff indeed from the NCAA college basketball on your Saturday nonetheless. And hopefully you guys all enjoyed them. So that was a lot of games to go over and recap. for your Saturday edition. All right. NBA news. Let's go over the scores. We did talk about NBA news, but we're going to go over the scores that happened on your Saturday. Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, let's just go over them and give you my predictions for today's games, nonetheless. All right, so we're going to go over those right now. All right, here we go. Your Saturday games, ladies and gentlemen. Here is what transpired on NBA Basketball Edition on your Saturday. Miami Heat at Utah Jazz. Miami Heat, they beat Utah 111 to 105. Grizzlies, they beat the Pelicans. Actually, the Pelicans beat the Grizzlies, I'm sorry. And I think this is the Pelicans' second win of the season. Pelicans, they beat the Grizzlies 112 to 101, your final. The Washington Wizards, they continue to prevail at 9-3 on the season. They beat the Orlando Magic 104 to 92 on the season. The 76ers, they suffered their fourth consecutive loss at the hands of the Indiana Pacers. The Indiana Pacers have not been doing so much either. The final score, ladies and gentlemen, well, actually, no, this is the Philadelphia 76ers sixth straight loss here. They're 8-6 on the season now. 6-8 for the Indiana Pacers. But the final score, 118 and 113. And the Sixers are trying to figure out how to win a basketball game nonetheless. But that was your final. 118, 113, your final. Pistons, they beat the Toronto Raptors 127 to 121. Boston Celtics, they lost to the Cleveland Cavaliers 91 to 89, your final. And the final game of the night, it was the Los Angeles Clippers beating the Minnesota Timberwolves 129 to 102. Here are the games that are happening today, along with the predictions. You have the San Antonio Spurs versus the Los Angeles Lakers. I have to be honest with you, I picked the Spurs for this game today. The Milwaukee Bucks. Actually, hold up. Are these the correct games or? Let me refresh. Hold on. All right. Okay. Sorry about that. Milwaukee Bucks versus the Atlanta Hawks. I pick the Atlanta Hawks are not doing so well good so far this season, folks. They're 4-9 on the season. I like the Milwaukee Bucks. I picked them. They are 6-7 on the season. I see them picking up their seventh victory. So again, that's scheduled for 6:00 p.m. Eastern time. Bucks versus the Hawks. I got the Bucks today. Brooklyn Nets against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Kevin Durant is going up against his former team. So is scheduled for 7:00 p.m. Eastern time. I like Brooklyn against the Oklahoma City Thunder later this afternoon. Not to mention, this will give the Brooklyn Nets their 10th victory on the season. They'll improve to 10-4, while the Oklahoma City Thunder will fall to 5-7. All right. And then you got the Golden State Warriors. Ladies and gentlemen, the Golden State Warriors are red hot. 11-1 on the season, going up against the Charlotte Hornets at 7-7. I like the Golden State Warriors to prevail and improve their record to 12-1 after today, scheduled for 7:00 p.m. Eastern time. Phoenix Suns versus the Houston Rockets. I like the Suns going into that basketball game, scheduled for 7:00 p.m. Eastern time. You got an 8:00 p.m. Eastern time game tonight. Portland Trail Blazers against the Denver Nuggets. I do like the Nuggets going into that basketball game nonetheless. And final game of the night, you have the Chicago Bulls against the Los Angeles Clippers. I do like, ladies and gentlemen, the Chicago Bulls picking up a victory today against the Los Angeles Clippers. All right, folks. That is all of your Sunday. Your Sunday NBA games, along with predictions to go with the NBA games. Enjoy those games, nonetheless, folks. Those are your Sunday games to go over with, and hopefully you enjoy them nonetheless. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, if you're tuning in, we are on a roll here. It is almost 10:30 p.m. 10:30 a.m. And we're about to start talking about NFL Week 10, folks. Yeah, we're here now, and we're ready to get the ball rolling nonetheless. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, for anybody that is tuning in, though, for anybody that's tuning in, we covered a whole lot today on today's show. We covered Week 9 takeaways that transpired last week in Week 9. The focus now is Week 10. We talked about the Baltimore Ravens versus the Miami Dolphins. We talked about some NBA news. We also talked about the NFL news regarding the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then we went over predictions for your Sunday NBA games. And we talked about the NBA scores from yesterday. Also, we threw out some NHL hockey news regarding Rick Nash, who will retire his jersey on March 5th before the Boston Bruins game. And we talked Major League Baseball, where, ladies and gentlemen, an announcement has been announced. There's a Major League Baseball retirement that will happen this upcoming season. Going into next season in Major League Baseball, where Sean Kazmer Jr. has announced his retirement from the Atlanta Braves. And then also, ladies and gentlemen, if we do have a season. And speaking of if we do have a season, Major League Baseball, ladies and gentlemen, is on jeopardy of a potential lockdown if they don't get a new CBA in total agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, the CBA that's currently going on right now is the 2016 until the year 2021 of this year. If they don't have a new one, it is scheduled to expire on December 1st at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, folks, if nothing comes to an agreement. And NBA is in total jeopardy of not having winter meetings and possibly for a season not to go in full swing for next year. So that's the Major League Baseball news we did share and go over. We did go over college football games of Week 10 and upsets. A lot of upsets did transpire, and they did go we went over in front of our eyes. We did talk about college basketball games, and now the focus is on Week 10 of the NFL. We're going to talk about the injuries coming up. We're going to talk about the Week 10 spreads coming up. We're going to talk about predictions and breakdowns of Week 10 of the NFL. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk about my picks for Week 10. I'm going to give you 5 of them. And I'm going to give them out to my good boy, a good friend of mine, a good cousin of mine, Eddie, who always deserves his lock picks each and every week on our segment of Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community, nonetheless. All right, folks, here we go. So, what a good 4 hours, though. What a great 4 hours. We do. I mean, if anybody ever, questions me and says, how the heck do you even talk for 4 hours? And what do you have to deliver in 4 hours? And trust me, folks, we're proving it right at your at your doorstep here, nonetheless. All right, so we're doing it, and we're committed and dedicated, nonetheless, folks. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right. So with that being said, folks, I'm gonna start tagging some people as now we start talking about Week 10 of the NFL. All right, so let's get my good buddy of mine on here. He would like to talk some football, and also, more people. We need to get more people on here. All right. Yeah, so bear with me, folks, as we tag some people, bring them in. All right. Hopefully, everybody's waking up, having their cup of coffee on this Sunday morning, and we're not taking any time out of their day to join us on this Sunday morning, nonetheless. All right. For anybody, ladies and gentlemen, that is tuning in, though, welcome on your Sunday. and welcome to the show nonetheless. And you guys are just in time, pretty much now, to join us for some NFL football, nonetheless. So first I'm gonna give out my 5 picks for Week 10. All right, I'm gonna give those out right now. And let's do it in great fashion here, nonetheless. All right. So here are my lock picks for Week 10. All right. So let's put them out there and share it to the whole world. My first lock pick is the Buffalo Bills. Okay. Yeah, and we'll get to them in a couple minutes here. Buffalo Bills, I have them as a lock pick going into today's matchup. The next lock pick I have is the Pittsburgh Steelers. I picked the Pittsburgh Steelers, and we'll get to. And you know what? Yeah, we'll get to it. To why. The next one is the Buccaneers. My next pick is the Atlanta Falcons. Yeah, that's my lock pick. That's my lock pick. All right, so let's throw those lock picks out right now to my good buddy here. All right, so it's the Buccaneers, the Bucks, the Steelers. All right, the Falcons. Yeah, I got the Falcons. Yeah, we'll get to why in a couple minutes here. I got the Bills. Okay, so we got 4 teams on locks. My final lock is the Packers. Yep. All right, folks. So here are my lock picks for Week 10. Bucks, Steelers, Falcons, Buffalo Bills, and the Green Bay Packers. Those are your Joey's 5 lock picks going into today. The Buffalo Bills, the Packers, the Buccaneers, the Steelers, and the Atlanta Falcons. Those are my lock picks going into today. All right. So enjoy those games and enjoy those picks nonetheless. All right. All right, folks. So let's talk injuries. Again, we have a lot of people here who play fantasy football, and they would like to know who's expected to play, today, and who's out for your Sunday nonetheless. All right. So here we go. I'm going to give out the injuries to everybody to keep them in the loop. Here are the players that are expected to play for your Sunday. Russell Wilson, Aaron Rodgers, Dawson Knox, Zach Moss. Yes, Zach Moss, ladies and gentlemen, is back. Michael Gallup is back, ladies and gentlemen. Get him on your fantasy, folks. Michael Gallup, Eric Ebron, Trent Brown, Keenan Allen, and ladies and gentlemen, Christian McCaffrey is expected to play on your Sunday. Now, here are the players that are out for your Sunday. Do not start them in your fantasy lineup. Nick Chubb, Demetric Felton, Damian Harris, Alvin Kamara, Taron Armstead, Antonio Brown, Rob Gronkowski, Curtis Samuel, Montez Sweat, Tyron Smith, Chase Claypool, Jamal Williams, Chris Carson. Yes, Chris Carson's still out, folks. Chase Edmonds, Julio Jones, and finally, Ben Roethlisberger. Also, ladies and gentlemen, there's a question mark. Those guys were not mentioned. And I don't know if you guys should start them in your lineup. DeAndre Hopkins and Kyle Murray, folks. The Cardinals are they're in that 50-50 mode where they're not sure if Kyle Murray is expected to play today. So I don't know. I don't know if Kyle Murray is going to be playing or DeAndre Hopkins, however. Man, the Cardinals are beat up, aren't they? Aren't they beat up? They definitely are. And you're going to be interested. You're going to find out my pick on that one. It's not going to look good. It's not going to look good at all. All right. Those are my those are the latest injuries though. From your week 10, all right? Of who's expected to play and who's not expected to play nonetheless. All right? So those were the injuries for your week 10. Okay? Cool. All right, folks. Let's start with predictions, breakdowns. Yeah, we need to get to all those games today across the NFL in week 10 nonetheless. All right. All right, folks, here we go. Your first game on this Sunday afternoon. Your first game this Sunday afternoon at 1 o'clock, scheduled for 1 o'clock. You got the Tennessee Titans versus the New Orleans Saints. Folks, I want to say something about this football game here. All right, I want to break it down real quick. So, to all my Tennessee Titans fans out there, do you think that Adrian Peterson, you know, with the talks of being in his prime and everything now, do you think he has the capability to carry this team to possibly not only the playoffs, but to a Super Bowl? To a Super Bowl. And you know what, folks? You know what was shocking to me? That last week, the Tennessee Titans came up with a victory. And last week, the Tennessee Titans, folks, I'm gonna put this up. Excuse me. Last week, folks, the Tennessee Titans, they lost. Actually, no. They beat the Tennessee Titans. They beat the Los Angeles Rams 28-16 without Derrick Henry. Who expected that? Who expected the Tennessee Titans to prevail against the Los Angeles Rams. Not to mention what happened to the Los Angeles Rams. You know, they had no answer for the Tennessee Titans, none whatsoever. None whatsoever. So they beat the, look at, ladies and gentlemen, look at this trend by the Tennessee Titans. Not only did the Tennessee Titans beat the Los Angeles Rams, they beat Kansas City, they beat Buffalo, the two games that the Tennessee Titans beat, the Kansas City Chiefs and the Buffalo Bills, Derrick Henry was playing those two games. Now, Tennessee Titans last week with that pickup victory, not to mention on the road at SoFi Stadium against the Los Angeles Rams, Tennessee proved that they don't need a Derrick Henry to win football games. They proved it. I mean, Ryan Tannehill, he did not have a good game, but I mean, it was all about the running game. And it was all about Adrian Peterson, who had 10 carries on the ground, 21 yards, and posted one touchdown. And then Ryan Tannehill, he used his legs effectively last week against the Los Angeles Rams, where he had 2 carries, 3 yards, and 1 touchdown. So he came through when the team really needed him. So with that being said, those were your 2 playmakers that carried the team behind them against the Los Angeles Rams last week. Again, Ryan Tannehill, he did not have a perfect game. He had only 143 yards through the air, 19 for 27 completion attempts, and he posted 1 touchdown and 1 interception. So to break it down to you folks, I mean, can Adrian Peterson, who was just signed, not only did he come in onto the team as a member of the practice squad, but now he's officially on the active roster as a starting running back. So coming off fully fresh, energized, going into the remainder of these next couple weeks, up to January, can the Tennessee Titans carry the load? Can they carry the load and become a playoff contender and a Super Bowl contender under Adrian Peterson, folks? I mean, we shall truly see. Wait and see, nonetheless. As far as my pick today, I take Tennessee against New Orleans. Yeah. I think Tennessee will improve to 8-2. Yeah, against New Orleans. Yep. So I like Tennessee going into today's game against New Orleans Saints. All right, let's continue. Buffalo Bills at the New York Jets. All right. Joseph Hadid. What on God green's earth are you picking the Buffalo Bills this afternoon? After what transpired last week at the hands of the Jacksonville Jaguars. You know, again, folks, I have no, I have the slightest idea. I don't even, to be honest with you, folks, I don't even know what kind of a Buffalo Bills team we're gonna have today. I really don't. I mean, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Again, last week's performance, again, by that Buffalo Bills team, it was embarrassing. It was flat out embarrassing. All right, by this Buffalo Bills team, to what we saw in front of our eyes, to what unfolded, what transpired. All right, throw all the vocabulary words you need to throw out there about that game last week, and it was just awfully disgusting. All right, I mean, again, 6-9, nobody expected. Nobody expected that football game to turn out the way it is. Now, did the Buffalo Bills wake up? I mean, are they going to wake up this afternoon and learn from this? I mean, have they woke up and learned from this? I mean, we shall see. We shall see. The good news coming from the Jets, though, Zach Wilson is back. Expected to start. All right, he's expected to start for the New York Football Jets. Okay? Zach Wilson is expected to start. So, I picked Buffalo. But what on God green's earth am I sticking with the Buffalo Bills? I mean, I believe, ladies and gentlemen, again, if you think about this, week 9 in the NFL did not go right for anybody. Okay? it was a weird week. It was a weird week. Not to mention, I mean, you had daylight savings being a major factor. Okay? Where not only did the clocks go back, but a lot of teams went backwards as well. Okay? We saw that. We saw that in front of our eyes. Okay? We saw not only the clocks went back last week, but a lot of teams also went backwards as well. And the way the Buffalo Bills played last week against Jacksonville, they played like they were not a winning football team. They played like they were pretty much the, I mean, if you want to reverse the record, they were playing like they were 3-5. Yeah. The Buffalo Bills were playing like they were 3-5 instead of 5-3, folks. Yeah. Yeah. So I like Buffalo. I like Buffalo going into today. But the question is, going into this afternoon, what kind of Buffalo team are we going to be getting, though? That's the ultimate question. What kind of Buffalo? Excuse me. What kind of Buffalo team are we going to be expecting this afternoon? I'm gonna tell you, folks, like I see it right now. Okay, like how it is. If the Buffalo Bills, if they lose this game, okay, against the division rival, the New York Football Jets, they can totally forget about playoffs. All right, I'm telling you guys right now. They can also forget, not to mention, the thought of even making a Super Bowl run. I mean, this Buffalo Bills team, folks, is just they're gonna fall apart if they have not figured out what exactly went wrong with them last week against the Jacksonville Jaguars. And not to mention, if they have not waken up to go back to being, ladies and gentlemen, that Buffalo Bills team that used to be dominant in posting, folks, 30 plus points against their opponents. This Buffalo Bills team, folks, is gonna be eyebrow raising if they can't figure out how to win a football game today. It's gonna be eyebrows raising. Yeah, and there's gonna be a lot of questions, a lot of speculation to why all of a sudden have the Buffalo Bills fell under radar. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of talks about that. There's no ifs. All right, there's no buts about it. I think, ladies and gentlemen, if the Buffalo Bills lose this game, they're gonna make headlines Monday morning. They're gonna make headlines. They're gonna make headlines as how this team, ladies and gentlemen, goes from a good, perfect record. I mean, what did they start off the season? Let's check. Hold on. I believe they started off the season, folks. If you go back to, let's go back to September 12th here. All right, when they suffered their first loss at the hands of the Pittsburgh Steelers, right? So after all of a sudden they go on a winning streak. Okay, they beat they beat the Miami Dolphins. They beat the Washington Football Team, and they beat the Houston Texans. Okay, and then they beat the Kansas City Chiefs to be 4-1. Okay, and then all of a sudden they lost, ladies and gentlemen, their second meeting. Actually, no. Never mind. The Buffalo Bills lost to the Tennessee Titans. Okay, they lost to the Tennessee Titans. And then they lost to Jacksonville. But, ladies and gentlemen, when I go back and I say this, they're going to make headline news first thing Monday morning to a team that went 4-1, a Buffalo team that was 4-1, to all of a sudden they are going to be down 5-4. 5-4 at the hands of the New York Football Jets. At the hands of the New York Football Jets. This is not going to look good. This is not going to look good for Buffalo Bills Nation. The team that is trying to make a Super Bowl run this year. You know, to do the impossible. And if they lose this game, folks, if they lose this game, you can forget about a Super Bowl. Forget about a Super Bowl. I mean, they might make the playoffs. I mean, lucky if they make it, you know. But forget about a Super Bowl. That is gonna be pretty much thrown out the window of all conversations, folks, if they cannot beat the New York Football Jets. And I believe, speaking of the New York Football Jets, I believe this is the Buffalo Bills' first meeting between the Buffalo Bills and the New York Jets, folks. This is the first meeting. So, if Buffalo cannot figure out how to win a football game today and perform like they did last week against the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Buffalo Bills are going to have a field day this afternoon against that New York football team. Yeah. They're going to have a field day. Not to mention Zach Wilson's coming back, folks, and he's going to be very healthy and in great shape. So, it's not going to look pretty. It's not going to look pretty. Not at all. For this Buffalo Bills team. I mean, if they did not go back and study film and go and strategize to how to dance. Pretty much this is what I'm talking about. They didn't know how to function and dance with the New York Football Jets this afternoon. All right? They need to know how to go toe to toe with the New York Football Jets, and they need to show what kind of football team that they are, that they purposely did when they were 4-1, folks. When they dominated the Washington football team, when they dominated the Miami Dolphins, when they dominated the Kansas City Chiefs. That's what the Buffalo Bills need to do this afternoon. And if they can't do that, you're going to have a long day, Buffalo. You're going to have a long day. All right? If you go back and you do what you did last week against the Jacksonville Jaguars, only posting 6 points, oh my God. And it was only a field goal performance. And you do that, and you do that against the New York Football Jets, who are 2-6 on the season, you're going to have a long day. And forget about a Super Bowl. That conversation is going to be pretty much in a barrel of water after today. Buffalo will not be considered a playoff team. I mean, excuse me. Yeah, a playoff team, yes. But a Super Bowl team? No. That would be long gone. That would be out. Not to mention because you posted only 6 points last week against the Jacksonville Jaguars, and not to mention if you go into today's game and you continue to do what you did last week to only post field goals, you're gonna have a long day. I'm telling you right now. It's not gonna look good. Not to mention for Josh Allen, it's not going to look good. And for Sean McDermott, it's not going to look good. It's not. And for Singletary, ladies and gentlemen, who was not effective, none to show for. His name was not even mentioned. Devin Singletary, folks, his name was not even mentioned last week against the Jacksonville Jaguars. I mean, let's go back to this Jacksonville Jaguars last week's game, folks, and let's see. His name was not even mentioned, folks, against the Jacksonville Jaguars. I mean, how much did he? Hold up. Let me go back. Hold on. Devin Singletary, folks, 16 carries on the ground. 16 carries. 16 yards on the ground. 6 carries? 16 yards on the ground and 6 carries against a Jacksonville Jaguars defense. Not to mention, is this the same Jacksonville Jaguars defense that got dominated in Seattle? Oh my God. Oh my God. Is this the same Jacksonville Jaguars defense that got dominated at Seattle? And Devin Singletary's name was not mentioned at all last week against a Jacksonville Jaguars defense? Wow. Wow. Embarrassing. Embarrassing. Wake up. Please wake up. Buffalo Bills needs to do it this afternoon. They have to. They have to be back into that dominating team that they were and was as a football team, as a unit. I mean, folks, Buffalo, when they were 4-1, the team was clicking on all cylinders. The chemistry was there. They were playing together. What happened all of a sudden? I mean, if you go and look at their schedule, did they? I don't see anywhere they encountered a bye week yet. I don't think the Buffalo Bills I don't think they encountered a bye week yet. Look, hold on a sec here. Let me see something. So, all right. So let's look at the Buffalo Bills schedule. All right. Actually, folks, I'm sorry. They did encounter a bye week. They encountered that bye week in week 7. Okay, they encountered that bye week in week 7. It came in week 7. They came out fresh that following week, and they beat the Miami Dolphins in dominating fashion, 26-11. I think that was a home game for them, right? And then all of a sudden, they go to Jacksonville again. Weather was not a factor. Okay, weather was not a factor, ladies and gentlemen. I go back and I say that again. I clarify that to all the fans out there, the sports fans out there. Weather was not a factor. The wind was not a factor. It was not snowing. It was not raining. It was sunshine. It was temperature was, I think, in the 60s, the low mid 70s. And you only post 6 points up on the board? Wake up. Wake up. They have to wake up. They have to. All right. I picked Buffalo today. Let's see how they do. And they fare against the New York Football Jets, nonetheless. All right. All right. Let's see. All right, folks. So Buffalo is my pick going into today. Detroit Lions at the Pittsburgh Steelers. All right. Well, first off, congratulations to the Steelers. All right. They knocked off Chicago Bears on Monday Night Football. And speaking of the Chicago Bears, here's some history I would love to share with everybody regarding the Chicago Bears. Chicago, ladies and gentlemen, they came up yards short of doing what no team does in Pittsburgh. And that was try to beat them. They lost by 2 points, folks. Chicago lost by 2 points against a Pittsburgh football team. 29-27 was your final. But congratulations to Pittsburgh Steelers, because not only have they improved their record, I believe Pittsburgh is 5-3 on the season, but they've won 19 straight on Monday Night Football at home, extending that NFL record. And speaking of that NFL record, they are 215 0-2 all time at home. When holding a 14-point lead in the fourth quarter. So, congratulations, nonetheless, are in order to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And again, Chicago almost did the impossible, though. They almost did the impossible to become possible. And unfortunately, they came up short nonetheless. They came up yards short nonetheless. And they didn't get the job done. They did not get the job done as we speak. So with this being said, folks, it is the Pittsburgh Steelers today, this afternoon, 1:00 p.m. against the Detroit Lions. Detroit are coming off a bye week, okay, fresh after that beat up loss against the Philadelphia Eagles. All right, so they're coming back. They're fully rested, but the problem is they have yet to win a football game. They're 0-8. They're 0-8. They're 0-8 on the season, folks. All right. Detroit is 0-8. They're looking in. They're this is pretty much like the save their season. And you know what, folks? I'm gonna tell you this. This is the funny part. With the Lions being at 0-8, currently they haven't won a football game yet. They are still alive in the playoffs. Yeah, and I'm not delusional. I'm not talking crazy. They are still alive in the playoffs. All right, Detroit is still alive. All they need to do is win a football game. And they need to continue that trend. They need to do it constantly on a weekly basis. But we've said it before and we'll say it again. Their schedule gets harder and harder. And ladies and gentlemen, Detroit was supposed to get a win against the Philadelphia Eagles. And they didn't get that done. They didn't get that accomplished. So they lost in a beatdown fashion against the Eagles. So they're on a bye week. And now they're coming off a bye week. And they play against another Pennsylvania team. But this time, you're going up against a Pennsylvania team that has won 6 Super Bowls in franchise history. So, but look at this. Look on the bright side here. This is actually what you should call maybe a riding momentum for. Actually, no, I would not say momentum. I think this is an advantage point. Yeah, this is an advantage point, folks, for the Detroit Lions. Ben Roethlisberger is out today. So this is a must win for Detroit. Can Detroit do the impossible? Can they do the ultimate? Can they beat Pittsburgh at Heinz Field? Can they do it? I mean, not to mention, I'll throw this out to all the sports gamblers out there that gamble sports, that decide to go out this afternoon before kickoff time to make a gamble on this game. Ladies and gentlemen, with Ben Roethlisberger, before we found out about his situation, they were 10-point favorites. Now that Ben Roethlisberger is out, they are a 6-point favorite. They are a 6-point favorite. The question is, can Detroit cover that? Well, if everything clicks for them, as far as committing less turnovers, getting an offense into rhythm, that defense showing up a little bit. I mean, you need defense to win football games, right or wrong. And then you need offense to stay consistent and full control 60 minutes of football, right or wrong. Can Detroit do that, though? Absolutely they can. I think they can. I think they have what it takes to do it. All right? And you know what? I go back to the Philadelphia Eagles game. That game did start off sluggish. If everybody did watch the Philadelphia Eagles game versus Detroit. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, Rudolph is playing for his job. And welcome to the show, Justin. Thank you for tuning in. Actually, not to mention you taking the time out of your day to join us and interacting with us on Worldwide Sport Updates. Yeah, Rudolph is fighting for his job. Yeah, he is. He is for next year. I mean, this could pretty much be Ben Roethlisberger's last year. I mean, his health situation is not all that perfect, and it was not perfect when the COVID outbreak happened last year in 2020, and he was out for the whole season, and Mason Rudolph was in total control of that football team. It's definitely time for him to show up, and what a perfect day to do it against Detroit. What a perfect day to make an example of who Mason Rudolph truly is against Detroit Lions. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm not taking anything away from Detroit either. All right. I mean, again, that game 2 weeks ago against the Philadelphia Eagles, it was sluggish to start. It was sluggish to start. The Detroit Lions, they kept Philadelphia in check before it got out of hand. We all witnessed that football game nonetheless. And anybody that had either a season ticket or a ticket holder for that game, for that one prospective game alone 2 weeks ago, that actually traveled out to Detroit to watch that football game live and in person and well. It was a sluggish game to start. And I think Detroit has the advantage of actually covering that 6-point differential. If Mason Rudolph, again, if he does not show up, like my good buddy of mine, Justin, he did mention the key word here. It's all about showing up. It's all proving to the whole world what type of quarterback that you are, that you could stay constantly consistent and mentally focused to go up against a Detroit football team that is, as an organization, they're still trying to figure out how to win a football game nonetheless. So, what a great day to do it against a winless football team at Detroit Lions. And this is the time to shine. This is the time to shine, my friend Mason Rudolph. And I'm glad he pinpointed that out to me, and came across it, because absolutely, bro, absolutely, Justin. Those are the points that need to be across and well addressed. I mean, it's a tough job for the quarterbacks, Justin. It's a tough quarterback It's a tough position to play. Not only are you an example leader in that locker room as a team, and you bring chemistry, and not to mention, you bring the motivation in that locker room. It is time to know what you are capable of. When you're under center, you have to know how to call the right plays that are being called upon you. And there is no time to, have those mistakes impact the football game where it matters the most to carry your football team to a victory. And you know what? What a better way on a Sunday afternoon to play at your home turf and to have the crowd behind you, to have the home field advantage nonetheless. So, yes, Mason Rudolph, everybody is counting on you, my friend. You need to show up. It's either do or die for Mason Rudolph this afternoon, nonetheless. So, here's my pick. I didn't even make my pick yet, which is crazy because I'm breaking down and giving you analysis on exactly what needs to unfold and transpire going into watching this game this afternoon. But pretty much I think I addressed it with the key points that needs to be addressed. And the key takeaways is all about the focal point. The main picture is going to be all about Mason Rudolph. It is all about Mason Rudolph. And not to mention how well he protects the ball. Yeah, protection. Less turnovers. I think those are my key my takeaway, my key points into this football game. I like Pittsburgh. It is going to be, I mean, man, should I say, to be honest with you folks, it should be a high-scoring game. It should be a dominating fashion game. The way the Philadelphia Eagles dominated Detroit, Pittsburgh needs to deliver the same. Yeah. I should not see anything less from the Pittsburgh Steelers to what the Philadelphia Eagles did. It should be a high-scoring game. But it's not going to be. That's the sad part. It's not going to be. I could see it as anywhere from a 7-point game to maybe 14-point game. All right, 14-point game. 7 to 14-point game, Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, again, I am not taking anything away from Detroit. If Detroit could figure out how to dance with the Pittsburgh Steelers, yes, they need to dance. Ladies and gentlemen, those two legs need to dance. Again, both sides of the ball, they need to click. Both defense and offense. If Detroit could constantly stay in the game with the Pittsburgh Steelers, yes, Detroit has a shot. Again, they can cover that 6-point differential. Yes, they can. I think they can. I mean, I'm not. I hope I'm not talking delusional here. Maybe I am. Maybe I am. Again, I'm trying to figure out where Joey on God Green's earth is coming from to this morning. But nonetheless, I mean, they possibly could cover it. All right, it's not. But again, Steelers are still the favorite. But Detroit could fight. Okay, they got fight in them. But again, if Detroit does fight, will it be enough? All right. Or let's say for instance, if they do fight, will they have enough, or will they fall? That's their ultimate question. All right. But that's beside the point. I like Steelers. All right. But again, ladies and gentlemen, it's any given Sunday. All right. Anything in the NFL could be like this at an instant. All right. Again, ladies and gentlemen, you could see in this football game what you saw last week between the Buffalo Bills and the Jacksonville Jaguars. Yeah, you can see a field goal game where it could come down to just a field goal and who decides it. That's why it's any given Sunday, folks. And sometimes the NFL, it can be predictable, it can be unpredictable. Those are the words I'm pointing out there. So, nonetheless, I do like Steelers. Nonetheless. All right. Jacksonville Jaguars and the Indianapolis Colts. First of all, I want to say this. Congratulations to Carson Wentz. I think he had a baby. Yes, he did. Congratulations to Carson Wentz. So, reports are coming out. He told his wife, I'm not staying. I'm not staying home to be with you, even though you are important and family is really important. Carson Wentz is expected to play, folks. So, even though, ladies and gentlemen, we can all agree upon that, yes, family is important. And when you bring a new family to this world, you want to be with that newborn baby. You want to be with your wife, and kids. You want to stay home and relax and take some time off to get fully adjusted and, carry to the wife's needs, whatever she may need or, acquire is what I'm trying to get at here. But, ladies and gentlemen, reports have been coming in that Carson Wentz is expected to play this afternoon against the Jacksonville Jaguars. You know what? I'm not going to really say anything about this game. Again, the Jacksonville Jaguars and Trevor Lawrence, they improved to me that, you know what? You don't need a touchdown performance to win a football game. Yeah, that's what Jacksonville Jaguars did last week. If you could win throughout 60 minutes of football, fourth quarters on a field goal basis, on a field goal functionality, then Jacksonville Jaguars could get the job done on field goals. They proved that to me last week. What to expect from this division rivalry, though? What to expect from this division rivalry? I mean, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the Jacksonville Jaguars, they have proved that not only have they got dominated, they've been dominated against the Seattle Seahawks on the West Coast in Seattle, where Seattle dominated that Jacksonville Jaguars defense. And then last week, well, it wasn't really all about Jacksonville's defense. It was all about Josh Allen, not the Josh Allen of Buffalo Bills. It was Josh Allen of the Jacksonville Jaguars. If anybody does not know who Josh Allen of the Jacksonville Jaguars is, well, he introduced you to himself last week on the defensive side nonetheless. So that's the Josh Allen that everybody needs to know. And he made it, ladies and gentlemen, a one-man show last week when he was the only guy that was talked about in making history, in the NFL in sacking the quarterback and fumbling the ball from the quarterback and getting to the quarterback nonetheless. And Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills, he had 2 turnovers nonetheless. So it was all about Josh Allen and not the Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills, the Josh Allen of the Jacksonville Jaguars. If anybody did not know who Josh Allen is, ladies and gentlemen, he made a name for himself last week. So again, they have proved that they could beat opponents by field goals. So if Jacksonville Jaguars continue to do field goals today, which I think they might do because they think that's their advantage point, then they have they have that feeling, they have that gut feeling they can beat Indianapolis. But ladies and gentlemen, Indianapolis are a team that can score touchdowns, and they can score touchdowns when it's needed, in incredible fashion. But if Jacksonville feels like the answer is we're going to beat our opponents by kicking field goals, well, then Jacksonville, you can stick to that game plan. All right. Hopefully it works out for you. I wish you do nothing but the best of luck going against the Indianapolis Colts this afternoon. But I do like Indianapolis winning this football game. All right. But again, it's a division rivalry game. You don't know what to expect out of division rivals. I mean, they can go either way. All right. And if they keep, ladies and gentlemen, the Indianapolis Colts in this game, well, then you know what? They might as well feel that they have the confidence to beat the Indianapolis Colts by a field goal and make it a field goal game, nonetheless, this afternoon. So we shall truly see. But I do like Indianapolis nonetheless. All right. Tampa Bay Buccaneers at the Washington football team. Well, look at this. Both teams are coming off a bye week. You got Tampa Bay Buccaneers coming off a bye, and you got Washington football team coming off a bye. But this is no brainer here. This is no brainer. All right, no brainer. I mean, we can bring on some. We can bring on some Tampa Bay Buccaneer fans here. All right, we can bring on. We can bring on some Tampa Bay Buccaneer fans in here. So yeah, Buccaneers, ladies and gentlemen, they're definitely the heavy favorite this afternoon against the Washington football team. You got two teams coming off a bye, and you're really not going to expect anything less from Tom Brady. I mean, not to mention, folks, Tom Brady after that loss 2 weeks ago at the hands of Jameis Winston and the New Orleans Saints. You know, he did take full accountability on that turnover, on that interception, and all of a sudden, he needed that bye week and that rest, and he definitely got it nonetheless. And you are not really going to expect anything less out of Tom Brady going into this afternoon. No, you're not. So. I do expect him to come out great, and yeah, I expect him, ladies and gentlemen, to pick up a victory against the Washington football, and against the Washington football team. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to throw this out real quick. Let's talk about the NFC East real quick. All right, because the Washington football team are part of the NFC East. The Washington football team right now is currently 2-6. Of course, they're going to fall to 2-7. You got the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who are 6-2. They'll improve to 7-2 after today. But then you got the Philadelphia Eagles, who are 3-6. You got the New York Giants, who are 3-6. And then you got the Dallas Cowboys, ladies and gentlemen, who are 6-2. Ladies and gentlemen, as sad as it is, as sad as, it's what's truly what we're seeing right now. All those four teams still, they have a shot to make the playoffs. Yes, they still have a shot to make the playoffs. The Giants, the Cowboys. Speaking of we'll get to the Cowboys. I mean, again, that devastating loss last week against the Denver Broncos. We'll get to them in a couple minutes here. But the Dallas Cowboys, the Giants, ladies and gentlemen, the Washington football team, the Philadelphia Eagles, all of those four teams are still alive and kicking. I mean, well in the playoff picture still. That's how sad it is. That's how sad that team is still wide open for the playoffs. Yeah. Yeah, that is truly sad. Truly sad. And not to mention folks, that if you think about it, after the Washington football team, folks, when they fall to the Tampa Bay Bucks this afternoon, they're looking at 2-7. Okay, so They're looking at 2-7. So they're still alive. They're still alive. Even at 2-7, folks, they are still alive. They are still alive at 2-7. At 2-7. That is beyond crazy to even think that, you know, you still the NFC East is still wide open. And not to mention last year, we witnessed in the NFC East, nobody was hungry in that division. And the Washington football team, they made the playoffs at 9-7, I believe. That was their record. And they went on to play the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I believe, in the wild card. And they won. Yeah. Tampa Bay won. They won that game in the wild card. So folks, I mean, it's not over. Pretty much what I'm trying to get at here is it is not over until the fat lady sings. Pretty much. Yeah. It is not over until the fat lady sings, folks. So, I mean, it's hard. It's hard to believe. It is hard to believe that you still have the Giants, the Cowboys, the Eagles. All of them are practically still looking in. It's crazy. It's crazy. All right. So again, my pick for this afternoon, folks, is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers prevailing against the Washington football team. All right. So they will definitely do it, and we will definitely go from there. So let's see. Again, Tampa Bay will improve their record to 7-2, while the Washington football team will fall to 2-7 on the season. All right. So all right. Okay. So yeah, that's it's pretty much yeah, that's the prediction there. All right, let's move on. Cleveland Browns versus the New England Patriots. Well, Bill Belichick is going back. I mean, well, actually, they're at home, aren't they? Yeah. Well, he's facing the team that he started off with. Bill Belichick is playing the team that he started off with before moving to the New England Patriots as a head coach. That's where, if anybody recalls this, this is where Bill Belichick, back in 1990s, where Bill Belichick was first recognized as a head coach, as the member and head coach of the Cleveland Browns. So he's facing them this afternoon at 1 p.m. My prediction for that one, I mean, lately, ladies and gentlemen, we've been seeing Cleveland on a run. We definitely have been seeing them on a run. It's ridiculous. So I could say that, I mean, New England does have home field advantage, and most likely, folks, I think they're the top heavy favorite, nonetheless. I mean, you cannot, I think New England should be. I mean, I think they are definitely the heavy favorite, and they should be considered the heavy favorite. Not to mention they got home field advantage. So, with that being said, folks, I do like the New England Patriots against Cleveland. But Cleveland, ladies and gentlemen, I can't take away from Cleveland. I mean, Cleveland's just been on a huge roll as of late, and Cleveland could also do the impossible too. They can also do the impossible. I mean, it's not out of the woods. I mean, not to mention, folks, if you think about it, Baker Mayfield is playing hurt, and he refuses to. Not to mention, he refuses to, get surgery. So, he wants to do what hasn't been done. So, just, I mean, look at, they dominate, ladies and gentlemen, they dominated last week, the Cleveland Browns. Not to mention the previous week, the Bengals, they dominated the Baltimore Ravens with that same score. So last week, we saw Cleveland do the same to the Bengals this time. And Cleveland dominated the Bengals in great fashion. So the tables definitely did churn. And not to mention, folks, Cleveland, they did all this last week when they played the Bengals. They did it without Baker Mayfield. And if anybody hasn't heard, Baker Mayfield is now the new member of the Los Angeles Rams. And speaking of the Rams, we'll get to the Rams and the predictions and breakdown in a couple minutes. He is expected to make his debut tomorrow night against the 49ers. So it'll be interesting. It'll be definitely interesting how Baker Mayfield, not Baker Mayfield, Odell Beckham is going to transition with his new team. It really is. And you know what, folks? After that move that the Cleveland, made to get rid of Odell Beckham to Los Angeles, that Los Angeles Rams team is crazy. I mean, not crazy, scary is what I'm looking at here. And we'll get to them, but They are beyond a scary team, nonetheless. Nonetheless. All right, but again, ladies and gentlemen, my prediction going into this game: Browns and Patriots. I do like the Patriots this afternoon against Cleveland. Now, Cleveland again, don't take away from Cleveland. They could do anything to try to do what has not been done, and that is beat New England at New England. And not to mention, folks, New England is let me see here. I believe New England has yet to win a football game. Actually, no, wait. Did they win a football game at home? I think they did. Yeah, they did. Okay, never mind. They did pick up a win. They picked up a win at home. Yeah, Cleveland picked up a win at home against the New York Jets when they dominated them 54-13. Nonetheless, I think that was the only victory that the Patriots made sure that they can get under their belt, and that was beating a division rival, the New York Jets. So, yeah, they have one win at home, so they're trying to look for their second win, nonetheless. All right, so we'll see. We'll see if they could beat the Cleveland Browns this afternoon. All right, so I like them against Cleveland, but again, it can go both ways. I mean, look at you got both teams at 5-4, trying to pick up their sixth victory, and it's all about who wants it most. And by the way, is Cleveland the real deal? I mean, they stepped up last week. Again, could they step it up again this week and show to the whole world exactly what the Cleveland Browns are truly made of? Yeah, so we'll definitely truly see, nonetheless, how all that goes turns out for them this afternoon. All right, now let's go to this game. Atlanta Falcons versus the Dallas Cowboys. First off, I want to say this. What the heck happened to Dallas last week against Denver? What happened? I mean, I think everybody at this point is looking for an answer. I mean, did the Dallas just sleep? Did they sleep on Denver? All of a sudden? Did they? The question also is, did Dallas Cowboys take the Denver Broncos lightly? You know, I mean, my question is, what happened? What happened? I mean, beside the point of Dallas not having Dak Prescott for that Minnesota Vikings game, and your backup quarterback who showed up for that game do so well. Okay, he did so well. Your backup quarterback for Dallas Cowboys did so well in that Monday night game against the Minnesota Vikings. And all of a sudden, you get Dak Prescott back. Okay? You got all your weapons. And you couldn't beat Denver Broncos? You have all the weapons. You have all the formula. And you couldn't beat Denver Broncos? You have a good coach, Mike McCarthy. You have a good running back, Ezekiel Elliott. You got Trayvon Diggs. You got Micah Parsons. Dak Prescott comes back. Okay, this is not the mention of, the backup quarterback. You know, they did good that previous week. Not to mention that previous week, all the backup quarterbacks pretty much came through on Halloween night, on Halloween week, not to mention. But last week, Denver Broncos are on the road. They come to Dallas country in front of the Dallas fans. And you can't pick up a victory? You had no answer for the Denver Broncos? Wah, wah, wah. Yeah. Wah, wah, wah. You are 6-2. 6-2. I mean, yeah, the record speaks for itself. You're still good on paper. But how really good are you on paper, though? I mean, well, actually, you know what? How good are you without being talked about on paper? How good are you without being talked on paper? How good are you? I mean, exactly what did you do last week, Dallas Cowboys, to convince me that you are a team that is destined to make a playoff run and a Super Bowl run? You really did not prove anything. Nada. Zippo. You did nothing to prove to me. You showed nothing. Not only to me, but to the Dallas Cowboys fans, that you really was not a playoff team or a Super Bowl contending team, that you had to lose at the hands of the Denver Broncos? What? I mean, Denver Broncos are, I mean, their record is what, are they 5-5, 5-4? Hello? Denver Broncos are 5-4. I mean, their season's not going in top shape. I mean, Teddy Bridgewater, these past couple weeks, we've been scouting him. We've been keeping an eye on him. We've been following him. He hasn't been doing that great of a quarterback. You know? He's been going through ups and downs. But you let him come to Dallas country? You let him come to Arlington, Texas? And you let him beat you 38-16? Reality check. Reality check, Dallas. And you know what, Dallas? You have not convinced me that you can win a football game today either. I mean, look at the spread. You guys are at, if you look at the Week 10 spread, I'm actually gonna, because we're supposed to talk about the Week 10 spread. Let's pull that up, shall we? Let's talk about the Week 10 spread, shall we? Dallas, right now, you are -9 against the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, excuse me, against the Atlanta Falcons. I'm sorry. Dallas, you are -9 against the Atlanta Falcons. And this is not coming just from FanDuel. This is coming from ESPN. You're -9 against the Atlanta Falcons. So even though, yeah, you guys are there, you know, the ultimate favorite, but I could see Atlanta Falcons sneaking a win. I could definitely see him sneaking a win. Because Dallas, you just proved to the whole world last week that you are still the same Dallas Cowboys that you were last year. Again, proving not only as a team, but as that division that you are in, of course, the NFC East. We still haven't figured out which team is hungry in that division yet. You should be currently, Dallas, you should be currently at not 6-2. You should be currently at 7-1, for crying out loud. Because of how dominant that you are, that you say you are as a football team. That you say you are as a football team. Not to mention that Dak Prescott last week, ladies and gentlemen, he was healing. All right? He was healing through an injury. He was healing through an injury that he suffered before the bye week against the Patriots. He sat out on the bye week, to heal. And then he did not play against the Minnesota Vikings so he can heal. And then he comes back. He comes back against the Denver Broncos and you smack him in the face. I think this was a smack in the face of Dak Prescott. I think it was. I mean, Dak Prescott was puzzled and he was like, oh my God, where was this Dallas team that did so well without me when I was on the sidelines last week against the Minnesota Vikings? So, yeah, this is a slap in the face of Dak Prescott, folks. Not to mention Jerry Jones, the guy that sits up in the press box. But, yeah, folks, I think this is a slap in the face. I think it really is. I think it truly, tremendously is. I mean, what, did you guys sleep on the Denver Broncos or something? That you legitimately could not beat a Denver Broncos teams that have a struggle of their own in that franchise organization? And you let them come on the road and beat you 38-16? Wow. I mean, so here's my pick. Here is my pick and my prediction for you going into today's game between Dallas and Atlanta. I like Falcons. I think the Falcons could do the impossible. I think they could legitimately cover that -9. And they could put the whole favorite and the momentum on the Atlanta Falcons. I mean, Matt Ryan has not lost his touch. Not by a long shot. No. He hasn't lost, he hasn't lost a step. Okay, so, all right, so, I mean, even though, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Gallup is expected to start. All right, so, he's coming back from an injury, nonetheless. All right, and then you got Zach Moss coming back. I mean, I still see it. It's a slap in the face to Dak Prescott, folks. It really is. It really is. It really is. I like Atlanta. I like Atlanta this afternoon. So we'll truly see what happens nonetheless. All right. All right. Let's see. Your next football game going on today. Carolina Panthers at the Arizona Cardinals. You know what, folks? All right. There is nothing absolutely going right for the Arizona Cardinals right now. All right. That game is scheduled to be a 4:05 game. Kyle Murray is a game time decision. DeAndre Hopkins might not play. You got Chase Edmonds out. Yeah, Chase Edmonds is out. I mean, even though you still got James Conner there. But the Panthers have finally figured out how to win a football game. And ladies and gentlemen, speaking of the Carolina Panthers, here's some news I'd love to share with you. Even though it's good news, but it's bad news. Cam Newton is now a new member of the Carolina Panthers. They just acquired him this past week. But the bad news is he's not expected to start. PJ Walker gets the call today versus the Cardinals. And look on the brighter side, Christian McCaffrey comes back in the starting lineup on the active roster in today's football game between the Panthers and the Arizona Cardinals. So here's my pick here. I like Carolina against Arizona. Yeah. I mean, Carolina figured out how to win a football game last week. So, I mean, last week they beat last week they lost to the Patriots, but 2 weeks ago they figured out how to beat the Falcons nonetheless. So they picked up their fourth victory there, but they lost to the Panthers lost to the Patriots last week, but because Sam Darnold apparently he still continues to see ghosts on the field when it comes to the New England Patriots. So yeah. But with that being said, though, I like the Panthers, ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon to pick up their 5th win of the season under PJ Walker and Christian McCaffrey, folks. And as far as the Cardinals, well, even though that NFC West division is hot right now, I mean, when you talk about the Rams and the Cardinals are they're going to suffer their second loss of the season today, nonetheless. So I like Carolina. Yes, I do like Carolina going into this football game this afternoon. All right. Vikings and the Chargers. All right. All about Justin Herbert, right? That kid is potential, folks. Justin Herbert is folks. I want to say something about Justin Herbert. I feel like Justin Herbert is the golden child. Yeah. He I feel like that Justin Herbert has the gift of all gifts of being truly that quarterback that he says that he is. The guy, I mean, that quarterback. I'll tell you guys right now, he has a bright future ahead of him. He definitely has a bright future ahead of him. He has a bright future ahead of him. I mean, you cannot you pretty much cannot justify what Justin Herbert has been doing across the NFL as of late. I mean, if you guys recall and go back, he beat the New England Patriots Actually, hold on. Well, no, actually, the Patriots beat them though. But you got to give credit though. You got to give credit where it's due, folks. And pretty much credit where it's due is he danced with the New England Patriots. Yeah, that's how good of a quarterback that he says that he is. Even though they lost by 3, but he's still he's shown to the whole world exactly who Justin Herbert truly and tremendously that he is, and what he's capable of as a professional quarterback and athlete of the NFL, in great fashion, nonetheless. And he's been doing it. He's been doing it, folks, constantly. And he did it also again against the Philadelphia Eagles last week. Yeah. This kid has potential, folks. I love this kid so much. I can see him. I can definitely see him in his bright future, for future years to come. That he could probably make a Super Bowl run. Yeah, he could carry this team behind his shoulders, to a potential Super Bowl title for the city of Los Angeles. Yeah, I could definitely, I truly see it. I truly see it. There is no ifs, ands, or buts regarding this. How talented of Justin Herbert that he is. And Justin, I mean, and again, when I say Justin Herbert is the golden child, he's the golden child of special ways. I mean, the kid is special. He has a gift of all gifts of just how tremendous of a quarterback that he is, and he's just going beyond to the next level each and every week where it matters the most. And he continues to develop and to get a rise out of the Chargers community, of the Los Angeles community, nonetheless, of how he's performing when the stack is against him, when the odds are are on the wall, when the odds are not in his favor, he tries to come through clutch moments. And that's what Justin Herbert is all about, and he's been performing it each and every week. With that being said, he does go up against the Minnesota Vikings this afternoon. And to be honest with you folks, I like Justin Herbert. I think Justin Herbert, he has what it takes to carry this football team to possibly a 6-3 record after today. Yeah, and as far as the Minnesota Vikings, well, they're gonna fall flat, 3-6. But I mean, you're going on the road, Minnesota. Even though you are a dome team and you know what the dome environment looks like, I think I don't think they have the answer to stop Justin Herbert. I don't think they do. So Justin Herbert will come through where it matters, and they will win this football game this afternoon. So keep it going, Justin Herbert. Keep it going, my friend. You're doing an awesome job. All right. Actually, you know something, folks? I wish I can get Justin Herbert on the show. I really wish I can. Just to sit down with him and talk about his amazing NFL career and the way he had an amazing rookie season, nonetheless. Even though your Washington football team defensive your rookie of the year from the Washington football team, Chase Young, he got rookie of the year honors. I just felt like Justin Herbert was supposed to get that rookie of the year award nonetheless. But with that being said, folks, nonetheless, Justin Herbert is truly amazing, without a shadow of a doubt. All right. So Chargers against the Vikings this afternoon. Packers versus the Seahawks, ladies and gentlemen. Well, you got Russell Wilson coming back. You got Aaron Rodgers coming back. Chris Carson's still out. This is going to be a great football game. This is going to be a great football game. I pick Packers to win this football game. All right. So Aaron Rodgers, folks, coming back at the right play, at the right time, at the right place, at the right week. And I think he will carry this team to 8-2 after Jordan Love's rough start in his debut last week against the Kansas City Chiefs. By the way, not to mention it was an ugly game. So yeah, I like Green Bay, folks. I think they could do it. And they'll improve their record to 8-2 nonetheless. Philadelphia Eagles at the Denver Broncos. All right, you know what? Denver Broncos, they beat Dallas last week, 38-6. Again, we did an overall recap of how that football game transpired. All right, but now the Denver Broncos have to dance with another NFC East team. That's the Philadelphia Eagles. And the Philadelphia Eagles have to go on the road to Denver. Now, the question is, can the Philadelphia Eagles play 60 minutes of football through that Denver environment, through that altitude, through that Denver Broncos air? We'll see, huh? We'll see. I don't know what kind of Denver Broncos team I'm going to be expecting this afternoon, though. I mean, this is another Philadelphia Eagles 4 o'clock game. They had a 4 o'clock game last week against the LA Chargers. And they had a 4 o'clock game against the Raiders. So they've been seeing a lot of 4 o'clock games lately, the Philadelphia Eagles. Yes. So this is another 4 o'clock game. This will be at Denver. I really don't know. I mean, I like the Eagles. I do like the Eagles, but the question is, what kind of Denver Broncos team am I going to be expecting, though? I mean, am I going to be expecting a Denver Broncos team that dominated the Dallas Cowboys 38-6 last week? Yeah. Or am I going to be expecting a Philadelphia Eagles team that dominated Detroit 2 weeks ago? And not to mention, you know, they were okay with the Chargers last week, even though they lost by 3 points. But you can see Jalen Hurts' face. Pretty much, it was all the story that pretty much she wrote, and Jalen Hurts, his reaction in the loss last week against the LA Chargers. Yeah, his face wrote the whole story, folks. The guy hates to lose. He hates losing. I mean, who doesn't like to lose? Who doesn't like to lose? Who doesn't love to lose? Is the question here. Nobody loves. Nobody. All right, everybody wants to win, but you cannot win them all. You cannot win them all. And losing games, it's never positive side note, not to mention. So nobody loves to lose. I mean, Jalen Hurts' reaction told the whole story last week when he lost by 3 points against the LA Chargers and the quarterback of the LA Chargers. So yeah, nobody likes to lose. Nobody likes to lose. No one. I mean, this is the first time, folks. This is the first time that this is the first time, ladies and gentlemen, that Justin Herbert made his debut at Lincoln Financial Field. Yeah, his NFL career debut at Lincoln Financial Field. And Jalen Hurst lost to Justin Herbert by 3 points. And his reaction told the whole story, folks. Yeah, nobody loves to lose. Nobody loves to lose. Especially Justin Herbert going to Philadelphia with an unfamiliarized environment. He didn't know what kind of environment he was going to expect over there. It was unfamiliar for him, you know? But he went to Philadelphia and got the job done like as he should. As a quarterback, as you should. That's what you need to do, is just go in there with a game plan and an approach and win the football game and travel out and get ready for your next opponent. Again, that's what Justin Herbert did. That's what he did. All right, so we'll see what Philadelphia Eagles do today against the Denver Broncos. But again, I don't know what kind of Denver Broncos team I'm going to be expecting, but we shall see. All right, you got the late games, ladies and gentlemen. Kansas City Chiefs versus the Las Vegas Raiders. Well, look at this. How about these Chiefs, huh? I mean, you're looking at a 5-4 team versus a 5-3 team, the Las Vegas Raiders. And the Chiefs are, not to mention, the Chiefs are coming off a 2-game winning streak. Yeah. So let's see how they fare tonight. And this is again a division rivalry game. I do expect it to be a low scoring. Again, you know why? It's because of that Chiefs offense and defense. Even though lately the Chiefs defense has been showing up as of late, but I mean, if you go back, ladies and gentlemen, these last 2 weeks, you know, they were very close games. I mean, they beat the Giants by 3 points, and then they barely beat the Green Bay Packers by 6. So those were all very close games. Very close games by the Kansas City Chiefs. Again, that offense and defense, even though they're peaking at the right direction now with a 2-game winning streak under their belt, we shall see how truly things will unfold against a division rivalry game this evening for Kansas City. The last time Kansas City, they played a division rivalry game, they played the Chargers and they lost to Justin Herbert. Yeah. Back on September 26th. Final score there was 30-24. The LA Chargers. Yeah, the Kansas City Chiefs lost to Justin Herbert, folks. That was the last time Kansas City had a division rivalry game. So this is the first meeting against the Las Vegas Raiders. So we shall truly see how things will truly unfold for Kansas City, nonetheless. All right, but it should be an epic game, though. When you talk about, you know, having on paper the ultimate showdown here between Derek Carr versus Patrick Mahomes, nonetheless. All right, so we'll see how that goes this evening between Kansas City and the Las Vegas Raiders. All right. Again, my pick, Kansas City. I'll go with Kansas City in that one. All right. Your final game, Monday Night Football. The debut of Odell Beckham Jr. versus the San Francisco 49ers. That's Monday night. at 8:15 p.m. So you're currently looking at the Los Angeles Rams at 7-2, while you got the San Francisco 49ers at 3-5. You know what? I like the Los Angeles Rams, folks. I like the Los Angeles Rams going to San Francisco, Levi Stadium, and giving a perfect show against the 49ers team. Ladies and gentlemen, the Los Angeles Rams are scary. Flat out scary. That team is just too unstoppable right now as we speak. You know, you talk about Von Miller, the acquisition they acquired, Aaron Donald, Sony Michel, ladies and gentlemen, Cam Akers. I think Cam Akers is still dealing with an injury. I'm not sure. But you talk about all these playmakers. Von Miller, Aaron Donald, Jalen Ramsey. Oh my God, Jalen Ramsey. Cam Akers, Sony Michel in the backfield position. Matthew Stafford, who's playing the unstoppable quarterback position of all quarterbacks. And not to mention, folks, this is what Matthew Stafford said. This is what Matthew Stafford said, according to sources and reports. He said, "I'm still the same Matthew Stafford that I was with Detroit. Nothing changed. I still am the same. I'm still the same quarterback that I was when I was a member of the Detroit Lions. Nothing has changed." And when he found out that Odell Beckham, ladies and gentlemen, is coming to the Los Angeles Rams, who is going to possibly make his debut tomorrow night, he said, "Nothing surprises me anymore in the NFL." Nothing surprises him. I don't think anybody is caught by surprise anymore in the NFL when it comes to pretty much money talks. And you know the other saying, BS walks. Yes. Money talks, BS walks. And nothing is surprising anymore when it comes to the NFL. No, nothing is. Nothing is. Nothing is surprising anymore. So, folks, I just want to say this. Los Angeles is stacked. This Los Angeles Rams team is stacked. Yeah. This Los Angeles Rams team is on fire. I mean, you again, you got Von Miller, Aaron Donald in the defensive line position that could make the backfield position into a nightmare, pretty much. And then you got Jalen Ramsey, Cam Akers, Sony Michel, Matthew Stafford, Odell Beckham Jr., folks, and then you got Cooper Rush. I mean, it's crazy, folks. This Los Angeles Rams, this Rams team is a scary football team, and pretty much at this point, folks, I'm gonna tell you this. Pretty much at this point, I mean, according to reports, okay, according to reports and sources, this team now is pretty much locked for either a Super Bowl or a bust. Flat out. It's either Super Bowl or bust for this organization. Nonetheless. Because this team is stacked right now. The way this team is just filled their roster, folks, with so much amazing weapons and a talented roster. I will not be surprised, folks. Come playoff time, come January, you see the possibility of another team being hosted in their own Super Bowl. All right? Because last year, we saw the Tampa Bay Buccaneers do the ultimate impossible. Become the first team in franchise history to go play at a Super Bowl in their home stadium. And I will not be shocked if the Los Angeles Rams are the second team to do that, because we already know the Super Bowl is going to be played at SoFi Stadium come the month of February, folks. And in the year 2022, it's going to be the Chargers. It's going to be the Rams possibly playing a Super Bowl in their home stadium. It could possibly happen, folks. Nothing is surprising anymore. Nothing is surprising anymore. So we might see it. Nonetheless. We might truly see it in full unfold in front of our eyes. Nonetheless. Ladies and gentlemen, with the Cardinals, they're going to be suffering their loss at the hands of the Carolina Panthers this afternoon. The Rams are going to pick up a victory, and they're going to tie with the Arizona Cardinals at 8-2 apiece. And this is where the NFC West is going to start getting interesting. Who's hungry for that NFC West division? Yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, another thing too, I'd like to throw out there to everybody. Let's just say hypothetically that DeAndre Hopkins cannot play this upcoming season. He's sitting out and he's trying to heal. Are they going to start giving a ring-a-ding-a-ling, a phone call to Larry Fitzgerald to come out of his semi-retirement and join the team? Because it's not official retirement yet for Larry Fitzgerald. It's a semi-retirement. So is it possible? Is it possible they're going to give a ring-a-ding-a-ling? Call up. Hit those digits. Call up Larry Fitzgerald and say, oh, you know what, Larry Fitzgerald? How are you doing, buddy? Currently right now, the status of DeAndre Hopkins isn't going so well. Would you like to come out of your semi-retirement and join up on the active roster and go with this final one run that you have left in your tank and take the Arizona Cardinals to a Super Bowl run? Folks, again, nothing in the NFL is impossible anymore. So, again, Larry Fitzgerald has not confirmed, it's not official yet, that he is labeled on the retirement list. It's called semi-retired right now. Okay, he's semi-retired. He's enjoying a game of golf out in the desert of Phoenix, Arizona. But don't be shocked if the Arizona Cardinals, folks, if they call Larry Fitzgerald and they tell him, oh, you know what? We need that insurance policy to be in effect. We need you to come out and we need you to come through and carry this football team to a Super Bowl run. And we need you, and we need you at the right place at the right time to carry this team where we need you the most, because the NFC West is going to get very, very hot and very interesting. And ladies and gentlemen, it's going to come together. It's no brainer. The rocket science can figure this out. If Kyle Murray does not play today and DeAndre Hopkins doesn't play today and Chase Edmonds is out, oh yeah, we got James Conner in the backfield position. Maybe he could carry the load for this football team. But you know what? I will not be surprised if that come next week, after week 10 is officially over, they call Larry Fitzgerald and they tell him, you know what, Larry Fitzgerald, we need you, buddy, because DeAndre Hopkins is not 100% yet to go fully effective this season. And you know what? We might get Kyle Murray going into next week. So, and you know what, Larry Fitzgerald, not to mention, buddy, we just lost to the Carolina Panthers. And the Carolina Panthers are going to improve their record to 5-5 this afternoon. So don't be surprised, folks, that you know what, this could be happening already through peak playoff time. Not to mention, nonetheless. So things are are heating up and looking very interesting in the NFL. It really is. And folks, I don't know if anybody saw my podcast last week, but I threw this out last week on my podcast, and I said this is how the playoffs is going to truly unfold this year. And I don't know how anybody's going to take it. It might be a spoiler. Hey, it might be a spoiler, but again, it might not be. It might be something that might happen in front of our eyes, nonetheless. Where it's going to be, folks, the Los Angeles Rams team, a rematch, because they did play each other in the regular season. This time it's going to be at Tampa Bay, though, and it's going to be the Rams versus the Buccaneers. And this time, the Rams are going to beat them again at Tampa Bay for the second time in a row. And then the Rams are going to travel to Green Bay if Green Bay gets their whole situation figured out. And then the Rams have to go to Green Bay. And then Green Bay, all of a sudden, they beat the Los Angeles Rams. But then the ultimate question then is, who does Green Bay play in the NFC Championship? Will it be the Arizona Cardinals or will it be the Dallas Cowboys? Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is no-brainer. This is no-brainer. The Green Bay Packers, if they figure their stuff out, if they figure their situation out, if they come, I mean, the Green Bay Packers, ladies and gentlemen, they already proved that they are good on the defensive side. Okay, their defensive side is truly amazing. Even though last week, with that loss and that ugly loss against the Kansas City Chiefs, they lost, 13-7 again, folks. That Green Bay Packers defense, again, without Aaron Rodgers, is flat out scary. All right? And again, I mean, the old saying goes, defense wins championships. All right? And that defense for the Green Bay Packers, it is so scary. Come January, under a cold environment, you're going to have a rude of awakening to even get past the Green Bay Packers. So Green Bay Packers can punch their ticket automatically as of right now on November 14th, 2021. For all the Green Bay Cheesehead fans out there, you might as well go purchase your Super Bowl tickets now, because they're all ultimately going to be punching their ticket to the Super Bowl nonetheless. All right. Not to mention you're getting Aaron Rodgers back at the right place at the right time today, going up against Russell Wilson, who's coming back for the Seattle Seahawks, and he's coming back at the right place at the right time. And he did mention that he was going to be coming back and in capable shape of form to be playing in Week 10. And he said it. He was definitely dedicated and committed to staying to his word that he was going to be playing in Week 10, and we are definitely in Week 10, and he's going to be under center today to dance, to publicly dance, and to be out there with this team to face the Green Bay Packers. But the Green Bay Packers defense, ladies and gentlemen, even with that second loss that they suffered at the hands of the Kansas City Chiefs, that defense is ultimately scary. Again, with or without Aaron Rodgers. So let's just say hypothetically, if Aaron Rodgers, let's say he gets injured and Jordan Love has to take over the whole remainder of the season, even Jordan Love could possibly make a debut in the Super Bowl, just because of how incredibly that Green Bay Packers defense, it truly and tremendously the way it is, nonetheless. All right, folks. That's it. Pretty much your ball game there. Again, my pick, if anybody if they missed it, I do have I have the Los Angeles Rams beating the San Francisco 49ers Monday night. That's my pick for you guys. All right, folks. Thank you so much. We covered everything. You guys are a great audience. I think we had a decent audience. A lot of people are busy on their Sunday. We truly understand. We don't force anybody out of their busy schedule to come see us. All right, we're not that important. I know. There's so many podcasts out there that could listen to many podcasters out there that truly post their podcast. Not to mention, you got ESPN, you got Sports Center, you got Fox News, you got CBS. I mean, who the heck wants to listen to Worldwide Sport Updates anyway? No, I'm just messing. No, I don't want to put a bad review like that out there. But anyways, folks, we did the best we can. All right, this is what we're truly all about. To delivering sports up to date. Each and every week. Again, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That's our normal schedule. All right, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Fridays and Saturdays, 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. and Sunday from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Now, because we are on a holiday schedule season mode, Fridays is going to be a recorded podcast. Even though this week we apologize, the recorded podcast got lost and deleted. There was no recorded podcast. All right. And my sports marketer, he took it in full accountability that he lost and deleted the file by accident. So, yeah, mistakes happen, and it is what it is. But the holiday schedule, ladies and gentlemen, it's Fridays. Recorded podcast will be published on our YouTube channel, on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram, on TikTok, wherever it may be. And ladies and gentlemen, Saturday, there will be no live streaming. Sunday, yes, there will be live streaming. 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. We are committed and dedicated nonetheless. All right. Again, we covered everything that needs to be covered on your Sunday. We talked about week 9 of the takeaways from the NFL. We talked week 10 of Baltimore Ravens versus the Miami Dolphins game. Who expected the Ravens to fall flat pretty much against the Miami Dolphins? And ladies and gentlemen, here's a laughing moment for you guys. If you would like to laugh on your Sunday afternoon, the Miami Dolphins are still alive in the playoff race at 3-7, folks. After beating the beating the Baltimore Ravens 22-10. Yes, the Miami Dolphins are still in the playoff hunt. So that's your laughing matter nonetheless. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we talked about Major League Baseball and the potential of Major League Baseball going into a lockdown. Yes, be aware of that. We'll keep our eyes and ears open if the Major League Baseball cannot come into an agreement on a collective bargaining agreement. After the collective bargaining expires, it is expected to expire December 1st, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. So we're gonna keep an eye, our ears and open. We're gonna keep our eyes and ears open, nonetheless. What's gonna happen with Major League Baseball moving forward? Will there be a season? Will there not be a season? So we're gonna definitely keep our eyes and ears open, and hopefully our fingers crossed that Major League Baseball, they could save their season, because look, we got a couple weeks away before that deadline, and if nothing's there, Major League Baseball is gonna be in serious jeopardy going into next season. No ifs, ands, or buts about it, and it's gonna be a sad for Major League Baseball fans out there. Again, it's not a good thing. It's not a great thing to say. It really is not. But that's where the table sits right now, currently. And again, the winter meetings could be in jeopardy. And again, the 2022 season could be in jeopardy in itself. Nonetheless. All right. So again, we talked about the NFL. We talked NBA. We gave you some NBA predictions for today's games. We recapped Saturday's games for you. We talked college basketball games. We recapped college basketball Saturday. We also talked college football Saturday. We talked college football recap of Saturday's games. And ladies and gentlemen, I gave you my week 5. My week 5. I don't know why I keep saying that. I gave you my 5 lock picks of week 10, ladies and gentlemen. Again, if we go back a little bit up more, yes, it was the 5 lock picks were the Buffalo Bills, the Green Bay Packers, ladies and gentlemen, Who was the other team? It was okay. It was the Tampa Bay. Hold on, folks. It was the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Pittsburgh Steelers, Atlanta Falcons, Buffalo Bills, and the Green Bay Packers. Again, Green Bay Packers, Buffalo Bills, Atlanta, Steelers, and the Buccaneers. Those are my lock picks for week 10 of the NFL. All right, so we covered all of them for you folks. We gave you injuries. One more thing I forgot to cover before we sign off. I mean, it's close to kickoff time nonetheless. Is the week 10 spreads. All right, for all sports gamblers out there. Here are the spreads for your week 10. You got the Ravens at negative 7.5. That was from Thursday though. Yeah. The Ravens were the heavy favorite on Thursday night at 7.5. And guess what? Dolphins beat them 22-10. Yeah, so they covered that. In great fashion nonetheless. The Buffalo Bills, they are minus 13.5 this afternoon against the New York Football Jets. All right. The Washington football team the Buccaneers are minus 9.5 against the Washington football team. Yes, so the Buccaneers are minus 9.5 against the Washington football team. Dallas is minus 9 against the Atlanta Falcons. The Tennessee Titans are minus 3 against the New Orleans Saints. The Jacksonville Jaguars are minus 10.5 against the the Colts are minus 10.5 against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Okay. Again, the Indianapolis Colts are minus 10.5 against the Jacksonville Jaguars in the spread. Pittsburgh Steelers are minus 9 against the Detroit Lions. The New England Patriots, they're minus 1 against Cleveland. Yeah. New England is minus 1 against Cleveland, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Patriots are minus 1 against Cleveland Browns. Chargers are minus 2.5 against the Minnesota Vikings. Cardinals are minus 10 against the Carolina Panthers. Broncos are minus 3 against the Philadelphia Eagles. And the Green Bay Packers are minus 3.5 against the Seattle Seahawks. Kansas City Chiefs are minus 2.5 against the Las Vegas Raiders. And the Rams are minus 4 against the Los Angeles Rams are minus 4 against the San Francisco 49ers. All right, folks. Thank you so much. That's your week 10 spreads. Again, that's your predictions. That's your breakdown analysis. Your week 10 5 lock picks. Also, we did talk about the NBA. We talked about NHL. We talked about Major League Baseball. We talked about college basketball, college football, everything, ladies and gentlemen. We kept you in the loop, and we did a great job. Great audience, nonetheless, indeed, on your Sunday edition. Thank you guys for tuning in. I will see you next Sunday, live and in person, wherever we may be. I don't know where the heck we're going to be next Sunday. We'll figure out where a spot we're going to be next Sunday, nonetheless. All right, folks. Again, you guys have been a great audience. We appreciate you from the bottom of our hearts. Again, Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. And this is your boy, Joey Hadid, your host, signing off. I'll see you guys. Have a great, productive week. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Enjoy those games, nonetheless. All right, Facebook family, Twitter family, Instagram family, TikTok family, YouTube channel family. Guys, see you soon. Have a great, productive week and a safe one, nonetheless. I will see you soon. All right. Oh yeah. By the way, happy Veterans Day to all the veterans out there that were veterans this past week. All right. All right, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. I'll see you guys soon. Have a good one. God bless, and enjoy those sports games that will be happening today with the NBA, with NFL, college basketball. There's college basketball games going on. and NHL hockey games that are going on your Sunday. Nonetheless, enjoy, guys. Have a great, safe work week. I will see you next Sunday. All right. Bye bye.